I clearly understand that name, for my sister's death made it uncontrollable, a master swordsman trapped in his own darkness, ultimately turning into a madman. People easily mistake him for a mental patient, but no, that's the prodigal, useless son of Count Perdium, Ghislain, the one despised by the entire world. Yet, the tall young man, looking like he was cosplaying a polar bear, was utterly thrashed by Ghislain, left broken and battered. Facing the approaching figure, the man burned with bitterness as if he'd bitten into a chili, his heart seething with hatred. But when the other spoke, his blood boiled even more. Pretty warm, isn't it? Ghislain smirked, his voice cold as ice. I spent quite a bit to set up this trap. With that, he slowly advanced, each step seeming to crush the very air around them. From above, Ghislain looked down, his gaze as sharp and cold as if he were observing garbage at the bottom of society. His voice dripped with contempt. Do you like it? The man bit his lip, unable to hide his rage, and roared. You're that trash Ghislain, aren't you? Are you saying you knew my plan all along? Ghislain gave a faint, chilling laugh, like a winter night's breeze. You're a decent person, so I'll answer your question before you die. He stared straight into the man's eyes, his voice calm, but laced with deadly menace. Of course, that's not all. I know much more. Like how many of them there are, who the spies are, and who helped you gather your forces. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of meaningless clowns. The man was like the monkey king trapped in the Buddha's palm, with no way out. Hearing these words, he froze, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe it. Impossible. I always kept my trump card hidden, he screamed, his voice breaking with unwillingness. How could you? How dare a useless bastard like you? Before he could finish, Ghislain delivered a brutal kick, smashing the man's face like a crushed pastry underfoot. With a cold sneer, Ghislain said, "Shut up." Then, he removed the mask hiding his true face, revealing a chilling expression, his eyes blazing with determination. Invade as many times as you like, Ghislain declared coldly. I'll win this battle, the next one, and every single fight. I'll win them all. His smile widened, manic yet commanding. He smirked. Do you know why? Because I know all your plans. To create this moment, I had to go back a year. In the kingdom of Latania, near the Perdium estate, inside a small tent, a young man jolted awake, gasping as if he'd just escaped a terrifying nightmare. Ghislain was still alive, though just a minute ago, he was on a battlefield, drenched in blood and despair. He bit his lip hard, muttering, "Damn it." In that final battle, he had been forced to kneel before his enemy. The red-haired man standing before him, Aiden, smirked with glee at Ghislain's pathetic state. So this is how it ends, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. Ghislain Perdium, king of mercenaries, one of the continent's strongest, had lost. That arrogant-faced man was one of the 7 strongest on the continent. The esteemed knight raised an eyebrow, asking mockingly, "Any last words?" Ghislain lifted his head, his gaze icy, and snorted, "No. It's a pity I couldn't finish my revenge. Die, you sick bastard." Aiden clicked his tongue, sneering, arrogant as ever. He hadn't expected Ghislain to be the eldest son of the fallen Perdium family. As it turned out, Ghislain had abandoned his family after his sister's death. Hearing this, Ghislain was stunned. How do you know? You're from another kingdom. Aiden replied casually, Of course I know. I went to great lengths to learn about you, because I was one of those who worked with the Delphine family to bring down your house. Those words hit Ghislain like a hammer. There were others behind this besides the ducal Delphine family. Seeing the unwillingness in Ghislain's eyes, Aiden smiled. You're about to die anyway, so explaining further is pointless. Accept reality. Ghislain struggled, roaring in despair. You bastard. I'll never forgive you. But his broken body could do nothing. Aiden scoffed dismissively. Fine. Then he swung his sword, blood spraying out, staining the air red. Back in the present, Ghislain couldn't help but look in a mirror, touching his neck. Back then, Aiden had beheaded him, but now, his head was still firmly attached. Was it all an illusion? He muttered, noticing he looked younger, his body brimming with vitality. Or am I still drunk? A lab rat in some arrogant mage's experiment. He gritted his teeth, swearing to make them regret letting him survive. At that moment, a scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out from outside. Ghislain whipped his head around, and saw Ricardo, a familiar face, rushing in. Hesitantly, Ricardo said, "Sir, come outside. I know you're awake." But before he could finish, a cold blade pressed against his neck, making Ricardo tremble in fear. Gislin's voice was dark and menacing. "I'll let you live if you answer my question. If not," his eyes flared with murderous intent, as if ready to devour Ricardo. Sweating coldly, Ricardo stammered, "Young master, don't you think this is a bit much?" "No means no." Gislin froze, dumbfounded, nearly falling over. What was this reaction? The guy was being threatened. He pursed his lips and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ricardo pushed Gislin's hand away, looking annoyed. "You were so mad earlier, then you passed out." Gislin grew even more confused. "What? I did that?" Ricardo snorted. "You slept and forgot everything? You were pissed about leading a team to hunt orcs." "Orcs?" Gislin frowned, irritation rising. "I was pissed? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ricardo sighed, too lazy to argue. "Pack your things. Everyone's waiting." Gislin blinked, bewildered. "Pack what? Where are we going?" Ricardo rolled his eyes. "Where?" "To the Perdium estate, obviously." Those words jolted Gislin. He grabbed Ricardo's shoulders, growling. "Say that again." Ricardo looked puzzled. "Why are you overreacting?" Gislin pressed. "You mean the fallen Perdium estate?" Moments later, he stepped outside, observing closely. "Well, damn. It really is the Perdium estate. Why was it still intact?" He'd seen it reduced to ashes. A pre-death illusion? Just then, Ricardo leaned close, whispering, "Had a nightmare? Calling your own family fallen. If the Count hears, you'll be kicked out." Gislin froze, pinching his cheek. It hurt. He nearly yelped. "So it's real?" His younger face, the intact estate. Gislin had gone back in time. As a child, he'd hated his family, letting childish emotions drive him to cause trouble. Gradually, everyone shunned him. Gislin left home, became a mercenary, survived countless battles, and built a reputation. When he returned to Perdium to make amends, the family was in ruins. But now, everything was still here. The people he loved were still alive. The more he thought, the more ecstatic Gislin became, covering his mouth with a crazed grin. But he couldn't celebrate yet. He glanced at Ricardo, recalling his mention of hunting orcs. That day, most of the team died because of Gislin's stubbornness. In his past life, he thought there were only 3 orcs, an easy kill. In reality, over 20 appeared, and the team collapsed due to his inexperience as a commander. Lost in thought, something whizzed past his head. Gislin flinched as a pile of shattered wood crashed to the ground. Soldiers shouted, "Orcs! The orcs are here!" The monsters charged, slaughtering mercilessly. The camp's defenses crumbled. At that moment, a yell rang out. "Form up! Don't panic! Get into defensive formation!" Scoven, the expedition's commander, dove into battle. But the enemy outnumbered their reports, and they weren't prepared. If this continued, the whole team would die. As Scoven faltered, a shout came. "Commander, behind you!" He turned to see an orc swinging at him. At the critical moment, Gislin rushed forward, grabbed Scoven's shoulder, and threw him back. The action stunned Scoven, but what followed was even more shocking. Gislin charged alone, thrusting his sword into the orc's wrist, twisting the blade, and severing its hand. The massive orc roared in pain, collapsing. Scoven and the soldiers stood frozen, awestruck by the scene. Gislin sheathed his sword, sighing regretfully. "Guess I can't use mana anymore. Wish I'd come back earlier." He turned to Scoven, asking coldly, "You're the commander, right?" Scoven, trembling, didn't understand. Gislin extended his hand, voice firm. "Hand it over." Scoven stammered, "What?" Gislin narrowed his eyes. "Command." Seeing Scoven's silence, Gislin repeated himself, "Hand over command." Only then did Scoven snap out of it. Inwardly, he cursed, knowing Gislin was a fool, but demanding command while the soldiers' lives were at stake? That was hard to stomach. After a moment's thought, he refused outright, leaving Gislin stunned on the spot. Scoven stood up from the ground, calmly saying, "Do you think this is a game? Even if you're the young master, I can't just hand over command so easily." Gislin stared at his retreating figure, a flicker of frustration in his heart. How annoying. Though, I'd probably do the same if some idiot showed up out of nowhere demanding control. As they spoke, an orc charged toward them. Scoven immediately pushed Ghislain back, suggesting, I'll handle things here. You're still too inexperienced to lead the troops. Ghislain sighed helplessly. Guess there's no other choice. With that, he abruptly threw his sword, startling Scoven so much he nearly tripped, dodging to the side. When the sword flew off, Scoven grabbed Ghislain's collar, demanding, What do you think you're doing? Ghislain's nonsense only infuriated him further. But moments later, Scoven realized something. Ghislain's sword had pierced straight through the orc's head. Its eyes bulged in pain before it collapsed, dead. Scoven stared, dumbfounded. How had he hit its weak point so precisely? Ghislain spoke up. Scoven, right? Do you know what's most important in battle? If our troops are scared, there's no way we'll win. They need motivation. At that moment, Scoven saw a change in Ghislain. Before he could process it, Ghislain charged forward again. With no wasted movements, he leapt high, driving his sword into another orc's head, shocking the soldiers nearby. Even Scoven stood frozen. Ghislain ignored their reactions, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he roared at the orcs. Come on, you beasts. I'll kill every last one of you. With that, he dove into the remaining orcs, cutting them down one by one with precise strikes. Scoven watched, utterly baffled. Was he dreaming? Even as someone who could wield mana, he couldn't do this. How could a frail young master manage it? Ghislain was clearly exhausted, yet he used minimal movements to dodge attacks and struck the orcs' weak points with his swordsmanship. It was like watching a master swordsman without aura, or perhaps even greater. Scoven's face paled, then flushed. While the others stood dazed, Ghislain taunted the remaining orcs. Is that all you've got? You're not worthy of being called warriors. Enraged, the orcs chased after him. Ricardo, watching, couldn't help but shout in panic. They're all chasing the young master. Is he running away? At that moment, Scoven stepped forward, startling the soldiers behind him. Ignoring their calls, he was lost in thought. What was Ghislain thinking? Drawing the orcs' attention was fine, but running toward a cliff? A spark of realization hit Scoven, and his face filled with alarm. He quickly turned, ordering, Form a shield wall. Follow Ghislain. Meanwhile, Ghislain had reached the cliff's edge. He was certain Scoven had figured out his plan if he was a seasoned commander. Though he'd prefer to slaughter the orcs, his current pathetic stamina couldn't keep up. Still, this was within his control. With that thought, he let himself fall off the cliff. The orcs halted, their eyes filled with confusion. What kind of game was this? At the same time, Scoven's men were ready behind them. Ghislain flashed a smug grin, letting his body plummet. He shouted, Do it! Instantly, Scoven gave the order. The soldiers formed a shield wall and, without hesitation, pushed the orcs back. Their eyes burned with resolve, and their efforts paid off. The orcs were forced off the cliff, plummeting to become a gruesome pile of flesh and blood below. Seeing this, the soldiers sighed in relief, cheering, We did it! We killed all the orcs. Scoven stood at the cliff's edge, shouting, Young master. Ghislain, just before falling, had driven his sword into the cliff to stop his descent, but his strength was spent. Seeing he was safe, Scoven grinned with satisfaction and reached down to help. But Ghislain's arm gave out, and he let go of the sword, falling. Scoven and the others' faces darkened, and frantic shouts echoed through the mountains. Hours later, in a daze, Ghislain heard someone calling his name. A young, tender voice etched into his memory. Elena, his sister. Fragmented memories pieced together, pulling him in. He stared blankly at the swirling memories, sighing. These were his memories of Elena. Suddenly, someone grabbed him, pulling him forward. Turning, he saw Elena's panicked face. Brother, let's go together. Snapping out of the dream, Ghislain slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, then at his trembling hand. He exhaled, I'm alive. Looks like they saved me. Ghislain sat up quickly, still groggy, half convinced it was a dream. But a sharp, needle-like pain jolted him awake. He muttered, This is definitely the price of pushing myself too far. At least I'm alive. A voice interrupted, Young master, you're awake. Startled, he looked over and saw a maid approaching, Belinda. She set a basin of water on the table, her tone full of frustration. Do you know how worried I was? I told you to let the soldiers handle the orcs. Before she could finish, Ghislain lunged forward, hugging her tightly. Startled, Belinda stammered, What are you doing? Did I do something wrong? Ghislain grinned brightly. No, I'm just happy to see you again. Belinda had been his tutor since childhood, always by his side despite his foolish actions. But after the Perdium family fell and she vanished, he never saw her again. He hadn't expected to meet her like this. Belinda let him hold her for a moment before saying, "We see each other every day. Why are you so happy?" Ghislain didn't answer, debating whether to tell her the truth. After a long hesitation, he said seriously, "Listen carefully. Aiden will face a great disaster." Belinda blinked, confused. "What are you talking about?" Ghislain took a deep breath and said slowly, "The truth is, I died and came back." Belinda sighed, exasperated. "Yeah, sure, those orcs almost killed you." Seeing her reaction, Ghislain hurriedly explained, "That's not what I mean." But Belinda wouldn't listen, scolding him relentlessly. "Do you know how much danger you put yourself in? Perdium has faced so many threats." She went on like a machine, leaving Ghislain unable to get a word in, listening helplessly. She clearly didn't believe him. Then Belinda paused, saying softly, "If you got hurt before the festival, what would we do?" Ghislain froze. Seeing his reaction, she raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget? Lady Elena is so excited for the festival to spend time with you. It's a great chance for you two to bond." He'd forgotten that this time of year always brought a festival. In his past life, he hadn't enjoyed it due to horrific experiences. Thinking it over, he asked quietly, "How long until the festival?" Belinda thought for a moment. "Let's see. It's next week, so you have about half a week." Ghislain fell silent. 1 week from now, the day his life had changed. As he pondered, a childish voice rang out. "Brother, are you in there?" Ghislain whipped around toward the door. The memory that had haunted him for years surfaced. The day Elena vanished from this world. Yet now, she was alive, standing safely before him. Emotions surged within Ghislain, and he rushed to embrace Elena tightly, leaving the little girl stunned and bewildered. Even Belinda, standing nearby, was no less shocked. Elena cried out in panic. "What's going on? What kind of surprise is this?" Ghislain whispered softly, "I missed you." Elena, genuinely frightened, pushed him away with both hands, exclaiming, "Let me go. You're scaring me." The heartfelt moment turned cold in an instant. Ghislain stumbled back, rubbing his chest, marveling. What kind of strength is this? Has she always been this strong? Elena glared at him, her voice icy. "Belinda, I told you I was coming here. What game is he playing? Does he think this fixes everything?" Ghislain, confused, asked, "Fix what?" Elena, exasperated, repeated the harsh words he'd once said, then added, "Have you forgotten everything?" After hearing her, Ghislain's face twisted as if he'd stepped in something foul. He questioned, "I said that." He hadn't been close to Elena in the past, truly despicable of him. With that thought, he apologized, but both women present froze in shock. Elena exclaimed, incredulous, "I heard you were attacked by orcs. Did they hit your head? You brought this on yourself." Ghislain tried to explain, "No, I'm really fine. Why do you both think I was attacked?" But as soon as he spoke, a wave of pain hit him. Retribution, perhaps. Seeing his state, Elena couldn't help but smile. "Right, you're totally fine," she said, as he passed out again. Then, she and Belinda burst into giggles. Ghislain looked up at them, a warmth rising in his heart. They were just as he remembered. Why had he wasted so much time on useless things in the past? At the festival the following week, Ghislain had refused to go with Elena, too busy taking the blame for the expedition team's failures, which had enraged him. That was the last time he saw her. Elena's body was later found torn to pieces alongside her guards. Ghislain was consumed by regret. He should have gone with her. Just then, a knock came at the door. "May we come in?" Elena's guards, Jama and Philip, entered. Elena looked at them, puzzled, and asked, "What's this about?" "I told you to wait outside," Jama awkwardly explained. "Sorry, the servants asked the young lady to check on the festival preparations." Ghislain frowned, suspicious. Why ask Elena? Belinda found his question utterly shameless. She snapped, "Don't you know, young master? You're always out carousing. I don't know how short-staffed Perdium must be to make a young lady handle such tasks." With that, Elena left with her 2 guards. Ghislain's brow furrowed. Are they really that short on help? He hadn't paid attention back then, so he wouldn't know. Thinking it over, he offered to help. Elena's steps halted, and she glanced back at him. Belinda stared at him like he was an idiot. muttering, "He wants to help?" Elena, voice trembling, asked, "Did he really get hit in the head?" Moments later, at the festival preparations, the townsfolk trembled in fear at the sight of Ghislain, as if he were the plague itself. The siblings were arguing loudly outside. Ghislain wanted to help, but Elena kept shooing him away. Their bickering stirred up the entire market. As they argued, Ghislain thought to himself, Elena's body was found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone had lured or taken her there. To prevent this, he needed to know who was entering and leaving the city. Just then, a shout came from behind. Ghislain snapped out of his thoughts, turning to see an old man in armor, sweating profusely, Fergus. Seeing Ghislain, Fergus rushed over, frantically shaking his shoulders, asking, "Are you all right? Your lowly servant came running as soon as I heard about the orcs." Ghislain felt utterly helpless. Elena, on the other hand, was thrilled at the chance to get rid of this nuisance. She quickly said, "He's been acting strange since he woke up. Please take him back to his room." Fergus eagerly complied. "As you wish." Ghislain's frustration grew. This old man was getting in his way again, but there was no helping it. He'd figure out what happened next week. With that, he gave up resisting. Glancing at Fergus, he asked, "Old man, isn't there an abandoned training ground in the city? Take me there." Fergus, startled, asked why. "To train," Ghislain replied nonchalantly. Fergus grew even more confused, unable to believe his ears. What did he just say? Moments later, at a castle outside the market, Fergus led Ghislain to the place. Looking at the spacious training ground, Ghislain was stunned. He remarked, "This is better than I expected. Perfect for training. I never saw anything like this as a mercenary. As you say, the weapons here are all fully equipped and brand new." Fergus explained as they walked. "We kept it ready in case you needed it. I was sure you'd come here someday." Hearing this, Ghislain recalled something. So, in his past life, Fergus had done the same? The more he thought, the more he realized how awful he'd been. Patting Fergus's shoulder, Ghislain sighed. "I need to live long, old man. Dying feels like crap." Fergus, puzzled, said, "You're acting like you've already died once." Ghislain winked, grinning, sharp as ever. "I died and came back." He spoke lightly, but Fergus didn't believe him. Ghislain sighed helplessly. "Anyway, you can go back now, old man. I'm starting training." Fergus bowed, saying, "I'll stand guard outside." Watching him leave, Ghislain's heart filled with regret. He'd always treated everyone like enemies, but he'd been so shallow. They'd all been so good to him. Now that he was back, he'd make sure history didn't repeat itself. A week later, Elena's death had implicated a neighboring lord, sparking a war that led to Perdium's downfall. Her death was the catalyst for the family's collapse. Ghislain had to stop it from the start. First, he needed to get stronger. Unfortunately, time was short. At the very least, he had to master mana. Mana was an extraordinary energy that could push humans beyond their limits. People said sensing mana was the hardest part, but Ghislain had done it even on the battlefield. He needed to connect with the mana particles in the air and swirl them into a core. For someone like him, who'd fought thousands of battles to form a mana core, it was as easy as eating pie. But that alone wouldn't make him one of the 7 strongest. Using a method from a magic book he'd acquired, combined with the natural mana core in humans, he could create 2, even 3 cores, linking them to generate explosive energy. But when he formed a 3rd core, his body hit its limit, and blood began to seep from his orifices. He sighed helplessly. "3's the limit now, though I managed 5 in the past." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he reflected. This method allowed for a burst of energy in a short time, but it demanded a massive amount of mana. That's why he lost to Aiden in his past life. His mana ran dry during the Night Brigade's attack. If it had been a fair fight, he would have won. The technique was unstable, but for now, it sufficed. Ghislain was young and had time. This time, he'd defeat that bastard Aiden and the one behind the Delphine family who destroyed Perdium. He'd kill them all. His eyes burned red, teeth grinding in rage. A week later, on the day of the festival, after training, Ghislain strapped on his belt, fully armed for the battle tonight. He headed to the fair alone. Seeing him, Elena couldn't believe her eyes. "You actually came? What's going on? You never do this kind of thing." Ghislain shrugged casually. "As a citizen of Perdium, I should at least show up to the festival." Elena scrunched her face. You're acting really weird. I heard you've been training all week. Ghislain smirked. What's wrong with the air of a nightly family training? Elena chuckled mockingly. You never cared before. You're the one who said father was a hassle and wished to be lord right away. But she was genuinely happy to see him change. The little girl skipped along, laughing. Anyway, I like this. It was like the old Ghislain was back. He glanced at her, realizing after a week that his actions had begun to shift his reputation and the future. Major events seemed unchanged, but it was hard to gauge his impact on smaller ones. Using his knowledge of the future was his task. He had to handle every situation efficiently. Preparations complete, he vowed not to make mistakes. Ghislain strolled through the festival with Elena. While she eagerly joined the bustling crowd, his mind remained heavy, unable to enjoy it. After a while, Elena found a quiet corner of the castle and sat down, stretching and muttering. It's fun, but kind of boring since it's the same as every year. Nothing new this time. Ghislain, too vigilant to share her sentiment, scanned their surroundings. The festival was nearing its end, and nothing had happened. Is it because I'm with Elena? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Would you like to see something else? One of Elena's guards approached, suggesting, Our friend said there's a new event out there. How about it? Elena's eyes lit up. Really? That sounds fun. She followed them eagerly. Ghislain watched their retreating figures, muttering under his breath. So it's you. Traitors to the family. Elena's escort knights, Jama and Philip, were her most trusted protectors, having guarded her since she was a child. In their past lives, they died defending her. Yet, the truth was far uglier. Those who seemed loyal had betrayed her. These treacherous snakes deserved death. A moment later, they led the siblings, Ghislain and Elena, to an empty lot. Jama, brimming with excitement, shouted, Here we are. Though, there's not a damn thing around. Not even a ghost. Elena's disappointment was immediate. Are you guys sure there's a performance in this filthy place? She asked skeptically. Jama quickly backpedaled. They're probably still setting up. People will show up soon. Elena wasn't buying it. She snorted, Don't give me that nonsense. Who'd perform in a dump like this? Meanwhile, Ghislain scanned their surroundings. At first glance, it was just a deserted street, but a closer look revealed obstacles blocking every escape route. They'd clearly planned this. As Ghislain pieced it together, Elena suddenly yanked his arm, dragging him like a rag doll. Jama, seeing this, hurriedly stepped in. Miss, since we're already here, don't you want to see the show? Elena didn't even turn around, snapping, No, thanks. I'm not watching anything in a place like this. Ghislain, wincing as his arm ached from her grip, muttered irritably. Have you been training or something? Why are you so strong? Elena ignored him, still pulling him along, but someone blocked their path. Philip, his face twisted with malicious anger, said, Miss, just wait a little longer. His expression made Elena recoil in fear. Trembling, she stammered, You're acting so weird. What's wrong with you guys? Realizing the ruse was up, Jama sighed. Oh, man, I didn't mean to scare you. His tone shifted to something darker. It's just that someone made a reasonable request. Elena shivered, whispering, What request? At that moment, footsteps approached. A man in a green cloak, flanked by two others, stepped forward. The leader, Frank, chuckled with satisfaction. Nice work. You guys are clean as always. Jama smirked smugly. Of course. We brought the lady as promised, so let's wrap up the deal. But then Frank's eyes caught something. Frowning, he asked, Isn't that the eldest Perdian's son? I don't recall asking for him to be brought here. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, staying silent for now. Jama shrugged carelessly. I'll toss him in for free. The idiot followed us without realizing this is his grave. Ghislain finally spoke, cutting in sharply. So, Jama, you sold us out? You really think you'll get away with this? With a mocking chuckle, Jama sneered. Worry about yourself first. We'll just disappear to some far-off place. He complained about being sick of this backwater region, tired of being pushed around by barbarians. He was sure plenty of others wanted out of Perdian too. But before he could finish, Ghislain lunged, slashing him down in one strike. Jama dropped dead on the spot. The sudden violence stunned the onlookers. No one expected Ghislain to act so decisively. Sheathing his sword, Ghislain sneered. At least they'd never sell us out. He glanced at the remaining traitor. Right. Philip, Sensing danger, grabbed Elena, his lips tight. That idiot Jama. A knight losing to an amateur like that, he muttered. But before he could finish, a sword pierced his forehead. As he collapsed, he could only gasp, impossible. In an instant, Ghislain had taken out both betrayers. Frank's two lackeys gaped in shock. Is that really the Perdian heir? I thought he had no combat experience or training. Frank, his voice low, agreed. Looks can be deceiving. Though they'd let their guard down, Ghislain had swiftly killed 2 knights with mana-infused strikes. His skill was undeniable. Elena clung to Ghislain, her voice trembling. Big brother, what's going on? Ghislain didn't answer. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked her out. Keeping her conscious would only complicate things while he dealt with the rest. Frank, misreading the situation, grinned. Thanks for doing my job for me, Perdian heir. He and his men approached, his tone darkening. You're not what I was told. Were you hiding your real skills all along? Ghislain drew his sword calmly, replying, What's it to you? In his mind, he was already calculating how to take down the 3 remaining enemies. The 2 lackeys weren't a concern, but Frank radiated a mana level in a league of its own. This needed to end quickly. Ghislain spoke again, his voice cold. Let me ask you something. Who ordered this? Frank smirked. Why would a dead man need to know? Ghislain glared, unfazed. You won't talk easily, but you'll spill soon enough. His sword surged with mana. One of Frank's men spoke up. Should we take his head? Frank shook his head. No, take him alive. Break his limbs so he can't do anything but scream. He'll suffer for that pretty face. Yes, boss. They replied, charging forward like a gust of wind. Ghislain pulled something from his pocket and hurled it without hesitation. The lackeys froze, confused. Was that a firecracker? As they hesitated, it smashed into one's head. Before he could react, Ghislain struck, knocking him to the ground. The other lackey didn't panic, sneering as he swung his sword. But Ghislain was faster, parrying with ease. His eyes burned with killing intent as he deftly disarmed the man, snatching his sword. Without pause, Ghislain's blade severed the lackey's head. A sudden surge of killing intent hit him. Frank had seized the moment to launch a sneak attack. Ghislain barely raised his sword in time to block it, surprising Frank with his reflexes. Perfect ambush, and you still blocked it, Frank muttered. Ghislain countered, his sword slicing a deep gash across Frank's neck. The pipe in Frank's mouth fell, but he swung back, forcing Ghislain to dodge in a panic. Frank laughed coldly. Not bad. Without mana, I'd be headless. Ghislain couldn't believe it. How was Frank alive after a neck wound? Had he concentrated mana there to reduce the damage? Frank's voice grew icy. I don't know where a kid your age learned that weird swordplay, but you're dying here. As soon as he finished speaking, Frank flashed a malicious grin. He charged at Ghislain, trading blows while taunting. You can't beat me with that pathetic mana. Confident in his victory, his face brimmed with smugness, but Ghislain was smiling too. This unnerved Frank, who couldn't help but unleash more power. In that moment of distraction, Ghislain struck, slashing down and landing a kick square in Frank's face. The blow sent him sprawling. Frank looked up, sneering. Didn't I tell you? That amount of mana won't cut it. But as the words left his mouth, he coughed up a spray of blood. His body collapsed to its knees, panic seizing him. What just happened? That attack's power was different. There was no way Ghislain could pierce his reinforced defenses with that level of skill. Ghislain approached slowly, his voice icy. I never imagined there'd be a real mastermind behind Elena's death. So it's you, huh? As he spoke, he began channeling his mana core's energy. Within 3 seconds, he unleashed his 3rd mana core. Seeing the surge of power, Frank shouted in panic. How can you amplify your mana like that? Ghislain ignored him, charging with wind-tearing force. His speed was so blinding that Frank's face paled in terror. Not daring to hesitate, Frank raised his sword to block. Their blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying. But Ghislain pressed forward relentlessly, slashing down with brutal force. Though Frank blocked, his arm went numb, and his sword showed cracks. He couldn't believe it. No matter how much mana someone drew, there was a limit. He'd never heard of a technique to boost mana to such extremes. Ghislain seemed like a different person now. In a fight like this, distraction was a death sentence. With a single strike, Ghislain shattered Frank's sword, the force cleaving through his body. Blood poured like rain, but Ghislain didn't stop. He charged again, driving his sword straight into Frank's abdomen. The pain tore a scream from Frank, like a butchered animal. Seizing the moment, Ghislain pinned Frank's throat against the wall, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Time to finish our earlier talk," Ghislain said coldly. "Who ordered this?" Frank bit his lip, snarling. He won't die easily, but he'll drag the Perdian lady down with him. Acting on instinct, Frank pulled a dagger, aiming to throw it at the unconscious Elena. But his hand was suddenly bound by thin threads. Caught off guard, Frank froze. Before he could process it, Ghislain's cold voice cut through. "Let's make a deal," he warned. "Answer, and I'll pull the sword out." Frank glanced at the threads binding his hand, suspicion creeping in. Were they made of mana? When did Ghislain create these? It was a skill from his past life, less powerful now, but sufficient. Ghislain tightened his grip on the sword lodged in Frank's gut, his voice like ice. "Someone of your caliber should know how to heal a wound like this. But what if I destroy your mana core?" Frank's face twisted in horror. He realized Ghislain's sword, whether by chance or design, was piercing his mana core. Screaming in agony, he felt his mana scattering. "Are you insane?" he cried. "One mistake, and a mana backflow could blow this whole place sky high. You trying to kill yourself too?" Frank gasped. Ghislain smirked. "Only amateurs would mess that up. I can handle it." Fear flashed across Frank's face. He knew Ghislain meant it. If he didn't talk, he was dead. Facing death, Frank's resolve crumbled. "It was Count Desmond," he blurted. "He ordered it. Said he needed a pretext to start a war with Perdian and Delio." Ghislain's brow furrowed reflexively. "Desmond, huh?" In his past life, dirty jobs like this were handed to the Duke's allied houses. Did Duke Delphine dare orchestrate this absurdity without backing? Ghislain pressed further. "So that's why you targeted Elena?" Frank, too scared to lie, nodded quickly. But as he did, Ghislain drove the sword deeper. Frank screamed, "What are you doing? That's not what you promised." Ghislain chuckled coldly. "So what? You've killed countless people, and now you're scared of dying." But then Frank burst into manic laughter, startling Ghislain. Leaning close, Frank sneered, "Killing me changes nothing. I've already settled things with Delio. You think anyone will believe a nobody like you? Perdian's doomed to war." Before he could finish, Ghislain slammed Frank's face into the wall. "Let me tell you something," he said icily. "I was reborn after death. This time, things will be different." His eyes burned with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he shattered Frank's mana core, drawing a blood-curdling scream. A surge of mana shot into the night sky, exploding like fireworks in the dark alley. The bloody scene below only amplified the spectacle. A perfect night for killing, the alley now a river of blood. The traitors from his past life had paid their price. Ghislain glanced back, relief washing over his face. He'd finally saved Elena. His sword clattered to the ground, his exhausted body swaying. Pain seared his chest, and he coughed up blood. Kneeling, he gasped for air, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Damn it," he muttered. "Back when I was the Mercenary king, bursting 3 cores was nothing. I'm not collapsing over this." But now wasn't the time for reflection. Ghislain had work to do in the room ahead. Rushing inside, he found chaos, debris and blood everywhere. Seeing the body amid the wreckage, Ghislain sighed. In his past life, they'd found another corpse beside Elena here. From what Frank said, Delio's son was killed alongside the escort knight. This was how they silenced them, framing them for Elena's death to spark a war. Ghislain decided to erase the evidence. Acting fast, he set off a firecracker to ignite the small house. Flames roared to life in the dark alley. Carrying Elena, Ghislain walked away. The first step in preventing the tragedy of his past life had succeeded. He wouldn't let their plans come to fruition. At that moment, perched on a nearby ancient tree, a figure silently observed the entire scene. Once Ghislain and Elena left the alley, he vanished just as quickly. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, a group had gathered to discuss matters. A man in a black cloak spoke in a hushed tone. "We failed. We sent our best people." Hearing this, another figure responded sharply. "You couldn't even handle a little girl?" The cloaked man trembled, hesitating before gritting his teeth. It was all because of Ghislain Perdian. At the mention of the name, the room buzzed with chatter. Everyone knew the eldest Perdian son as a useless failure. One person scoffed. "You're telling me that good-for-nothing Ghislain is your excuse?" The cloaked man shook his head frantically, denying it. He's nothing like the rumors or intel we had. He recounted everything he'd witnessed, how Ghislain wielded mana with precision, how he struck down enemies with ruthless efficiency, the way he killed Frank and erased the evidence. It was as if he'd become someone else entirely. But, he added, their work with the DeLeo family was already done, so the territorial war could still proceed. Pleading, he begged the group for another chance. Instead, they cursed him like a dog, some even threatening to kill him on the spot, calling him worse than a colonial failure. Just then, an authoritative voice cut through the noise. Enough with the racket. The room fell silent instantly. The voice continued, low and commanding. What kind of chance are you asking for? The cloaked man shouted boldly. I'll take out Ghislain Perdian. How? The voice asked coldly. He explained slowly. I'll arrange a natural duel. I've got someone in mind. Before the figure above could respond, the others interrupted. Who? The man quickly named Cain Loges, a young swordsman renowned for his brute strength, a symbol of raw power despite his age. He claimed confidently that no one in the north could match Cain's strength. Plus, Cain was a relative of Ghislain's, making it easy to arrange a meeting without force. It was a perfect advantage. The group fell into thoughtful silence. The figure above considered it briefly before issuing a warning. Fail again, and there won't be a next time. Terrified, the man replied, I won't let you down. Days later, at the Perdian training grounds, Fergus, as usual, came to fetch Ghislain for lunch. But as he stepped inside, something sharp flew toward him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a thin thread of mana wrapped around a sword outside the door. In an instant, the sword whipped back inside. Ghislain caught it effortlessly, performing a few sword techniques before stopping. Only then did he notice Fergus at the door. Fergus hurried over, bowing respectfully. My apologies, you were so focused on training, he trailed off, hesitating before asking. How did you do that just now? Ghislain frowned, puzzled, but quickly realized what he meant and demonstrated. He explained calmly, it's mana threads. You use mana like a string. In my past life, I relied on this all the time. At my current skill level, I need to overload a core to use it like before due to low mana. But by creating a single thread with minimal mana, I can still make it work. Fergus listened, still baffled. He muttered in awe. I've trained with mana for years, but I've never seen this. Just days ago, you weren't even using mana, training alone. How did you come up with this idea? Seeing Fergus lost in thought, Ghislain frowned. What do you want? Snapping back, Fergus remembered his purpose. Actually, I came to tell you something. Ghislain raised an eyebrow. What? Fergus bowed deeply, saying earnestly, Thank you for protecting the young lady. Ghislain blinked, then smirked. You're thanking me? It's what I'm supposed to do. Let's go eat. They quickly left the training grounds for the castle. Days passed, and the festival had been halted due to a knight's plot to betray the Perdian count's daughter. In a room, Elena, pouting with her chin in her hand, complained, Everyone thinks I'm lying when I say you saved me. You should say something to them. Ghislain shrugged it off. Doesn't matter. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Belinda, having heard the full story, was livid, her face contorted as she cursed. Jama and Philip betrayed you, right? Those filthy creeps. I knew they were no good. Across from them, Ghislain smiled with quiet satisfaction. Elena was alive, and he'd prevented the war, for now. But he knew they wouldn't stop. He couldn't keep fighting alone. He needed an army. Just then, a servant wheeled in a food cart. Ghislain sighed softly. He'd need to learn more about politics to pull this off. As he picked up his fork for lunch, the servant lifted the dish cover, revealing a tiny piece of bread barely big enough to fill a tooth gap. Ghislain frowned reflexively. This is food. He looked at Belinda. Why are we starting with dessert? She sighed. Dessert? You know the state we're in. Ghislain was clueless. Before he could grasp why things had gotten this bad, a deafening roar erupted from below. The townsfolk were shouting, demanding compensation for the cancelled festival's losses. A crowd had gathered outside the castle, some wielding weapons. The soldiers tried to calm them, but it was futile. From the window, Ghislain frowned. What the hell's going on? Belinda, as if expecting this, sighed. Knew they'd react like this. Ghislain shot her a glance. She explained slowly. You know our district relies on merchants who profit from the festival. Last year was good enough for them. But with the festival cancelled after just one day, they're pissed. Ghislain frowned, hesitating. Is our district's situation that bad? This isn't good. They'll only get angrier if we don't do something. He glanced at Fergus. What are the guards doing? Send them to calm the crowd. Fergus dropped a bombshell. We don't have any guards. Most were sent to the monster forest to rebuild after an orc raid. Ghislain remembered. The north was practically always at war with barbarians, and the monster forest was a constant threat with beasts spawning anytime. So, he was broke, guardless, and stuck in chaos. He pulled Belinda aside, lowering his voice. You manage my funds, right? Use that money to appease the merchants. She shook her head bluntly. There's no money. Ghislain stared, dumbfounded. How? She sighed. You don't remember? The count cut your allowance because you spent like it was water. Ghislain finally grasped how dire his situation was. He was flat broke. Unable to stand it, he held out his hand. Give me some money. Belinda pouted. I don't have any. Defeated, Ghislain sat by the window, staring at the scenery, contemplating his life. No money, no soldiers. What did he have? Without funds, even his future knowledge was useless. He needed money first. Wasn't there something at the estate? Just then, urgent footsteps echoed outside. Ricardo burst in, panting. Young master. Ghislain turned, startled. What's the rush? Ricardo reported frantically. Trouble, sir. Kane wants to see you. At the name, Ghislain froze. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Scoven was being beaten to a pulp. His attacker showed no mercy, fists flying until his hands were slick with Scoven's blood. Scoven didn't fight back. He couldn't. Blood sprayed as he was pummeled, and by the time Ghislain arrived, Scoven was sprawled on the floor, trembling in pain. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, then shifted to a hulking figure like a black bear standing before him. The man grinned maliciously. There you are, Ghislain. Ghislain didn't react, his eyes fixed on the man before him. In that moment, a flood of fragmented memories crashed over him like a tidal wave. I know this face, the heir of House Loges, our ally, Kane Loges. Kane's smile never left his lips, but to Ghislain, it now felt like a dangerous warning. Old memories sharpened. Back then, Kane was his only friend, and also his enemy. Between them lay Scoven, unconscious on the floor. Kane took slow, deliberate steps toward Ghislain, who suddenly turned to Ricardo. What's going on here? Ricardo hesitated, head bowed to avoid Ghislain's gaze. You see it, sir, he mumbled. We got a report of a disturbance at the tavern. His voice grew quieter, but clear enough. Kane was there with an escort knight. When he recognized us, he asked if the rumors about you were true. Ricardo continued. So Commander Scoven explained the rumors in detail. After hearing it, Kane grabbed Scoven by the throat, saying, You dare lie to the heir of Loges? Ricardo's face darkened. That's how this happened. Kane cut in. Hey, if you're going to tell it right. He claimed Ghislain, someone who'd never trained, supposedly killed an orc barehanded and took down traitorous escort knights single-handedly. Glancing at Scoven on the floor, he added, So I gave the old man a little wake-up call to clear his head. Standing before Ghislain, he sneered. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't lied from the start. Ghislain stayed silent, lips curling slightly. In his mind, he thought, Yeah, this is exactly who he is, always treating me like his lackey. Every time Kane visited Perdian, he caused trouble. Despite the chaos, no one dared speak up because Ghislain was seen as his subordinate. Nobody disrespected Kane, unlike Ghislain, who was constantly riddled with self-doubt. Kane's confidence and bold demeanor were praised as the qualities of a true heir. Ghislain gave a faint smile, recalling those years, and that's why I got even more criticism. Seeing Ghislain's silence, Kane's smile faded. He studied him, frowning with a sneer. Look at this guy. Normally, he'd attack me with this much provocation. Flashback to a moment earlier at House Loges. Kane sat in a room, surprised by a request to kill Ghislain. Yeah, the cloaked figure said evenly. If you complete this task, the higher-ups will support House Loges. Kane assessed it seriously. Taking out a kid like him isn't hard, but Ghislain's an heir too. Why kill him? The cloaked figure suggested. We can lure him into a duel, stage it as an unfortunate accident. It'll look like a typical dispute between heirs. I'll pose as an escort knight to manage the situation, so you don't need to worry. He emphasized, this is a rare opportunity for you. Cain repeated. Kill my own cousin, Ghislain? His face lit up with interest. Let's do it. As he walked away, suspicion stirred. They want him gone because something's changed? A sly, unreadable smile curved his lips. Back at the tavern, Cain grew impatient. What's the hold up, Ghislain? He plopped onto the steps. Why were you just standing there? You're here, so bring out what you've got prepared for me. Ghislain, confused, asked, Prepared what? Cain's tone turned mocking. Heard the festival got cancelled, huh? Let's liven things up and have a good time. We're always on the same page for stuff like this, right? His voice hardened. Or am I wrong, buddy? Ghislain stood calmly, expression blank. That's what you're talking about. He stared at Cain. Yeah, this guy always demanded I arrange women and wine whenever he showed up. Ghislain tilted his head, a glint of contempt in his eyes. I met his demands to avoid getting beaten, but no more. He made me waste precious money back then. His spending had been so reckless that the servants couldn't stay quiet. One bowed, voice cautious. You forgot, sir. Your father cut your allowance because you spent too much. The realization hit Ghislain like a brick. His eyes lit up. It's been here all along. He locked eyes with Cain. My source of funds. Cain, growing annoyed at Ghislain's silence, called out, Hey, Ghislain. Leaning forward, he snapped. If you remember, hurry up and bring it out. Don't you see I'm waiting? To his surprise, after a brief pause, Ghislain replied, Sure thing, I'll bring it right over. But his gaze sharpened as he looked down at Cain. Don't you owe me something first? The cloaked figure tensed as Cain frowned. Oh, you? What? Ghislain grinned, holding out his hand. You know I covered everything you asked for with my own money, right? Pay up, 1,000 gold, principal and interest. Cain scoffed. 1,000 gold? That stuff wasn't even worth 100. Shamelessly, he added. Besides, you did it to thank me for being your friend. Call it a friendship fee. Ghislain shot back. Friendship, my ass. I was your doormat. His voice turned cold. So pay up before I kick you out of here. I need the money. You know that. The air grew heavy. Ricardo, stunned, whispered worriedly. Young master, what are you saying? Cain stomped to his feet, snarling. You're acting bold because I've been too soft on you, huh? He leaned in. You really believe you're tough just because you spread some fake rumor about beating a knight? You're nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. His voice dripped with mockery. That's why everyone in the north calls you a pathetic heir who spews nonsense. Cain threw a punch straight at Ghislain. Wake up. Ghislain stood unfazed, dodging the fist effortlessly. Both Ricardo and the cloaked figure were stunned by how quickly it happened. Seeing Ghislain evade, Cain swung again, furious. You bastard. Ghislain dodged again, landing a heavy punch square in Cain's chest. Before Cain could react, Ghislain followed with a brutal strike to his face. But Cain wasn't a pushover. He blocked the second blow. Ghislain watched him calmly. Suddenly, Cain collapsed to one knee, groaning in pain. The cloaked figure rushed to his side. Young master, are you all right? Ghislain said coolly, Get up. Stop whining. I know you blocked that. Cain shouted. Back off, Ghislain. Do you know what you're doing? The crowd around them buzzed. What was that? Did Ghislain just hit Cain? Did anyone see that clearly? Ghislain glanced at the onlookers, catching Cain's game. So that's how you want to play. Cain turned to the cloaked figure, smirking. How's my acting? The figure grinned. Perfect. You've set the stage flawlessly to make it look like Ghislain's at fault. This is more than enough for a duel. Cain had his own calculations. Of course, this is a rare shot at major support. I've got to make this unforgettable. The cloaked figure's earlier offer echoed. Complete this task, and the higher-ups will back house loges. Cain pulled on a pair of gloves. This is the perfect moment to cut down the weakening House Perdian. Holding a glove, he declared, How dare you tarnish noble honor with lies and attack me for seeking the truth, Ghislain? I challenge you to a duel. Before he finished, another glove smacked him in the face. Ghislain spoke sharply. I challenge you to a duel, Cain Loges. The glove hit the ground, leaving Cain's face dark with rage. Ghislain's voice cut like a blade. You slandered me, an heir, in front of Perdian's people, attacked my knight, and defiled noble honor. Ricardo stood frozen, watching. Ghislain continued. You're not backing out, are you? Neither Cain nor the cloaked figure expected this counter-challenge. Cain wiped his mouth, grinning. I knew you were dumb, but digging your own grave? Fine, I accept. He raised his sword, pointing it at Ghislain. Don't regret this when you're dead. Ghislain called softly, Ricardo. The boy snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Ghislain's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bring all the merchants protesting at the castle here. Tell them I'll help them make a fortune. Outside, the sudden cancellation of the festival had left the atmosphere, once buzzing with excitement, cold and deflated. Visitors, unable to return home, lingered in regret, unable to spend money or pass the time in such a mess. If an event could be held to appease them, Ghislain, sharp-faced and resolute, stood on the dueling platform, surrounded by a crowd of eager onlookers. Below, people chattered loudly. This is the match between young Master Kane and Ghislain. Go, Kane, crush him. That loser's finally gonna get what he deserves. At the nearby market, vendors seized the moment. Cheap deals, buy one get one shouted. Another called out, step right up, waving to the crowd. Come on, place your bets, line up. Coins rain down. I'm betting on young Master Kane. Me too. This is the safest bet ever. On the dueling platform, Kane drove his sword into the ground, scolding. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a circus? Let me make this clear before we start. Even if you surrender, my sword won't stop. Ghislain stood calmly, watching Kane. In his mind, he recalled Kane's behavior and the cloaked figure's scheming. This is definitely what he's after. Ghislain spoke evenly. Looks like we've got a good crowd now. Let's begin. The man in the black cloak shouted, cutting him off. Hold on. His voice was odd, almost theatrical. We can't bet like this. His words piqued the crowd's curiosity. The fat bookie checked his list, muttering, well, damn, no one's betting on Duke Ghislain. Ghislain didn't care much, glancing over. Amid the bookie's pause, the crowd buzzed again. Let's be real, the outcome's obvious. Ghislain's got no chance against Kane. Someone find an idiot dumb enough to bet on him. Kane smirked, taunting. Wow, even the market's ignoring you. The cloaked man suggested. Can we change the bets? How about how long he lasts against Kane? A limping figure stepped forward, dropping a massive bag of coins. It was Las Scoven, still in pain, but his voice steady. I'm betting on Duke Ghislain. Ghislain gave a faint smile as an even larger bag slammed down. Elena and Belinda appeared, Elena crossing her arms. I'm betting on my brother too. Ricardo and Scoven exchanged stunned looks. Ghislain, up on the platform, was perhaps the most surprised, as was the crowd. They hadn't expected Lady Elena. Seeing the bookie hesitate, Elena snapped. Is that enough, or what? Belinda whispered. I told you not to do this. The bookie quickly scooped up the coins. Yeah, that's plenty. The cloaked man said nothing more, turning away in a huff. Kane pouted, making me wait. Without warning, a voice boomed. Ready. Ghislain stood calmly, saying, You know I'm older than you. It'd be weird if I attacked first. Kane shot back, what? Ghislain drew his sword, swinging it down with a sharp whistle through the air. Pointing at Kane, he said, Your move. Kane fell silent, crouching with a grin. Think it's a bit late to act like the bigger man now. The call rang out. Begin. Kane sprang forward like a predator spotting prey, raising his sword with powerful, precise movements, slashing straight at Ghislain. Ghislain swiftly parried, the clash of metal tearing through the air. Kane pressed down with force, sneering. You've lowered yourself too much to save face. Before Ghislain could respond, Kane raised his sword for another strike. Ghislain deftly stepped back, creating distance. Seizing the moment, Kane drove his sword into the spot where Ghislain had stood, the blade sinking deep with a chilling sound. He yanked it free, his movements sharp, then launched a lightning-fast kick toward Ghislain. With his usual calm, Ghislain sidestepped, letting the kick hit nothing but air. The atmosphere grew electric, tension ready to explode. That's young Master Kane for you. Ghislain can't even take one more hit. Kane grinned, certain of victory. Ghislain watched Kane's every move, thinking, look at him. Below, Belinda trembled, clutching Elena's arm, her voice shaking. What do we do, my lady? We have to stop this now. The cloaked man smirked to himself. Too late. Once someone raises a sword against Kane, they're already trapped. He recalled past fights, analyzing. Opponents overwhelmed by Kane's raw power think they can't fight back. They exhaust themselves dodging, leaving an opening. That's how Kane always wins. On the platform, Ghislain kept evading Kane's lethal strikes. Kane let out a mocking laugh. Pretty nimble. Your skills have improved, huh? He twirled his sword with flair, the steel glinting. Kane's grin turned challenging. Not bad. Without giving Ghislain a chance to reply, Kane launched a vicious strike, taunting, "You were always good at running, even back then." His next swing grazed Ghislain, sending him crashing backward. Ricardo shouted, voice raw with panic, "Young master." The crowd froze, eyes wide in disbelief. No one could speak. The cloaked man grinned. It's over. Ghislain's done. As Ghislain fell, the ground rushing closer, he twisted midair, regaining balance in a split second. His voice remained steady, unshaken. "I was going easy on you." Landing, he locked eyes with Kane, his gaze icy. "But you've crossed the line." In a flash, Ghislain shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance to Kane. Before Kane could react, his eyes widened at Ghislain's terrifying speed. In an instant, Ghislain was upon him, his sword flashing in a clean arc, slicing across Kane's body. Kane's face froze in shock. The cloaked man gritted his teeth. He regained balance by channeling mana into his feet. Ghislain exhaled lightly, saying casually, "Such an arrogant swordsman. You think you're the strongest because opponents cower when you show off a little power." He turned, sword raised for the next strike. "Let me open your eyes." Kane's eyes blazed with fury, uncontrollable rage driving him as he swung his sword, voice dripping with mockery. "Oh yeah? How are you going to do that?" Ghislain stayed calm, stepping back with precision, as if anticipating Kane's attack. In one fluid motion, he spun, kicking Kane's sword hand. Without losing momentum, Ghislain leaped, spinning midair before landing lightly. Kane roared like a cornered beast, swinging again with furious strikes. Ghislain sidestepped effortlessly, then stomped hard on Kane's sword, halting him. Ghislain's eyes sharpened like a blade, his sword slashing with pinpoint accuracy, cutting into Kane. His face remained expressionless, cold as ice. Blood spilled from Kane, and the crowd gasped in disbelief that Kane was wounded. The stands erupted. What was that? Duke Ghislain's gotten so much better. Wait, is he actually gonna win? Damn it, I bet on Kane. Elena beamed at Belinda. See? Belinda sighed in relief. The cloaked man fumed, while Kane looked down at his bloodied body. The wound's shallow. He could have cut deeper, but chose not to. His face twisted in rage. How does a thug like him have swordsmanship like that? Ghislain glanced at Kane, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, he tossed his sword aside. "This skill gap's no fun," he declared. "From now on, I'll fight barehanded." His words enraged Kane, who roared, "What?" Ghislain turned, staring him down. "Maybe I should use this chance to teach you a lesson." Rolling up his sleeves, his voice deadly serious, he added, "With my fists." Kane knelt on the ground, looking up at Ghislain in disbelief. "Teach me." Ghislain calmly rolled up his sleeves, stepping closer. "Yeah, you don't seem to like my swordsmanship, so I'll take the disadvantage and fight barehanded. That should suit you better." Kane flinched, caught off guard. Ghislain raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and I'll up the bet. 2,000 gold, double the original amount, on me winning." The crowd erupted in heated discussion. "Barehanded," one gasped. 2,000 gold, another echoed. "This is a duel between men." The cloaked man froze, sweat beading on his forehead, barely hiding his glee. He smirked to himself. He's challenging Kane to a fistfight? I should thank his madness. Luck's still on our side. The fat bookie shouted excitedly. "All right, new bet accepted. This is now a barehanded duel. Young Master Ghislain versus Young Master Kane." The crowd roared, "A fistfight, huh? I'm doubling down on Kane. Challenging him with brute strength is plain stupid. No, I'm betting on Ghislain this time." The wind tousled Ghislain's golden hair as he stood tall, his gaze resolute. Kane, head lowered, chuckled at the crowd's chatter. "Barehanded? You're killing me." His muscular arms flexed as he gripped his sword tightly. "Fine, come at me without a weapon." With a flourish, Kane flung his red cloak skyward, then raised his sword high, charging at Ghislain with a shout. "I'll stick with my blade." Belinda, frantic, yelled from the sidelines. "This is insane, young master. At least draw your sword." Kane's eyes sharpened as he thrust his blade downward. Ghislain stood still, watching the sword close in, unfazed. "As I thought, I need to knock some sense into you." As Kane's sword plunged, Ghislain sidestepped effortlessly. Kane, incredulous, leaped up and stabbed again with force. Ghislain's feet slid aside, dodging with fluid grace. Wherever Kane struck, Ghislain evaded with ease. Seizing the moment as Kane's sword lodged in the ground, Ghislain slammed a fist into Kane's leg. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he swung upward, landing a brutal punch to Kane's jaw. The blow snapped Kane's head back at a sharp angle, forcing him to brace himself on the ground to stay upright. Kane, stunned, thought, what? How does his punch move so strangely? The crowd screamed, that's intense. Young Master Ghislain might actually win. Ghislain stood tall, looking down at Kane. Get up. I haven't even started. Kane gritted his teeth, letting out a guttural roar. Gripping his sword, he charged at Ghislain, who stood casually. Ghislain dodged each attack with precision, then countered with a fierce punch to Kane's face. You can't even look me in the eye, he said. You've always avoided me. Grabbing Kane's sword arm, Ghislain twisted it back sharply. He followed with a powerful kick to Kane's torso. Kane's face contorted in pain as he shouted, I'll kill you. For the future of House Loges. Ghislain hammered relentless punches into both sides of Kane's face until it swelled like a pig's head. Kane mumbled in panic, why? Ghislain gently grabbed Kane's hair, yanking his head up. Staring at his battered face, he said, I pity your father. Kane looked at Ghislain, confused, saying nothing. Ghislain's gaze was steady. Count Loges supported Perdian until it was on the brink of collapse, just because he was my friend. His eyes burned as he continued. But his son had other ideas. Kane's eyes widened in shock. Years ago, at Loges Castle, Kane's voice had echoed with frustration. Keep helping Perdian? Glaring at his father's back, he demanded. Even if you're friends with Count Perdian, we're struggling too. Why keep pouring into that toxic land? It's like filling a cracked bucket. He'd shouted after his father. You've barely been back a week, and you're helping Perdian again? Kane had glared, silent. His father paused at his plea. Don't go, father. Kane had gritted his teeth, yelling. Everyone's told you to stop. Why are you so stubborn about Perdian? Count Loges had turned, silent, and said simply, because we're friends. That's all. Now, Kane recalled those words. Ghislain's eyes flashed as he raised a fist, wind trailing its force, and lunged at Kane. Kane's bruised eyes snapped shut. Ghislain's voice rang out. That's enough of a lesson, right? Kane opened his eyes, staring at him. Ghislain extended a hand, gently saying, Get up. Kane looked at the hand, closed his eyes, and bowed his head deeply. I've truly lost, he said. The crowd froze, stunned, eyes wide, speechless. The cloaked man stood petrified. Then the crowd exploded. Young Master Ghislain won. I won my bet. Unbelievable. My money. Elena jumped with joy, shouting, My brother won. The cloaked man leaped onto the platform, rushing to Kane and hissing. How could you admit defeat so fast just because you were losing a bit? What are you doing? I trusted you. Kane shoved him off, shouting, Let go. It's over. The cloaked man, shocked, asked, What? Cursing inwardly, Damn this oversized brat. Ghislain called from behind. Now, he grinned. Time to do what I need to, right? The cloaked man snapped. What? Ghislain stood tall on the platform, shouting, Everyone, listen up. This man's generously covering food and drinks for everyone here. The cloaked man yelped. What? The crowd roared. Food and drinks. It's been ages since a feast like this. You're the best, young master. The cloaked man charged at Ghislain, yelling, I didn't agree to that. Take it back. Ghislain clamped a heavy hand on his shoulder, pressing down. This is the price of losing. You've got that much, don't you? And to be clear, it's not coming out of the bet. He squeezed harder, adding, Add the 2,000 gold to our original 1,000. His face darkened, menacing. Run, and you know what happens. The cloaked man's eyes reflected Ghislain's terrifying presence. Stammering, he replied, Understood. Sunlight bathed the majestic Perdian castle. The next day, inside Ghislain's room, a wooden chest on the floor clinked softly. He opened it, revealing glittering gold coins. Well, damn, he exclaimed, holding the coins, thinking, I could hire a small mercenary band with this. Not a small sum. Closing the chest, he mused, but it'll take time to earn more. They won't wait. To start my business, I need to move faster. Suddenly, Elena and Belinda appeared, grinning at him. Ghislaine frowned. What? Elena asked sweetly. What are you doing with all that money, big brother? Ghislaine squinted at her. You want it? She touched her face, chuckling. Just curious. Belinda, eyes closed, smiled. It's obvious what he'll do. Ghislaine looked at her, puzzled. She continued, Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up. You're planning to buy her an expensive gift, right? At his silence, she grinned. Smart move. Elena, annoyed, snapped. Ugh, all this just to look good for your fiancé? In the quiet, Ghislaine's face filled with confusion. Thinking, I have a fiancé? Ghislaine couldn't believe his ears. I have a fiancé? Belinda glanced at him, smirking. Oh, come on, you're just pretending to forget because you're shy, right? Huh. Elena sighed heavily. It's Amelia from the Rayfold family. Ghislaine's expression darkened, his eyes hollow, as if he held a grudge against the world. For some reason, he pictured a grotesque spider. Oh, that woman, Amelia Rayfold. Memories from his past life flooded back. She was like a polished apple, beautiful in public, but rotten behind closed doors. A noble admired for her kindness and impartiality, yet she would later lead a rebellion and earn the title of the North's Witch. Rage filled his eyes. Alongside Duke Delphine, she would sing the hymn of Perdian Arciter's downfall. His lips parted slightly, a plan already forming. A traitor, he muttered. Belinda asked, when's the Count coming back? Hesitating, she replied uncertainly. Maybe a week? Ghislaine slipped his hands into his pockets and walked off. A week? That's enough time. Unclear of his intentions, he added, I'm heading to Rayfold's territory. Belinda blinked, dumbfounded. Wait, it's not even her birthday yet. Why so sudden? He turned back, saying, to get money. Scene shifts to Amelia. Dressed in a lavish gown, she slipped off her shoes, a small spider near her lips. To gain favor before the public, the air fell silent as she pushed her shoes toward a beggar child. The child's eyes fluttered. Miss Amelia? Could it be? Amelia didn't match the rumors. If anyone in my city must go barefoot, it'll only be me. She repeated firmly. Only me. Her soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, ma'am. Before the crowd, they helped clean up, earning gasps of admiration. Amelia walked away to cheers of, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sitting in her garden, a guard washed her feet as Bernaf gazed at her adoringly. You've worked hard, my lady. Stroking her cat, which basked in attention, Amelia demanded absolute loyalty from everyone. Lounging casually, she asked, so, how's your duel with the North's swordmaster going? Her dainty foot rested on Bernaf's face. Forgive me, I'm keeping attention to a minimum. If I win, it'll draw eyes to your actions. He gently held her foot, explaining, it's not time to show our claws yet. Boldly, he kissed it. My sword is yours. Amelia wasn't satisfied. Then what have I trained you for? Lifting his chin, she locked eyes with him. Don't get soft. Outside the Grand Castle, their cryptic conversation continued. What about the trade guild? If it's Actium, no need to worry, Bernaf assured her. They're busy buying materials to rebuild the ravaged beast forest outpost, half destroyed by orc attacks near Perdian. In other words, we're skimming all the aid funds Bernaf sends to Perdian yearly. Ghislaine could never have anticipated his unwanted fiancé's schemes. Bernaf added, we've recruited all the soldiers and knights who left Perdian, seasoned fighters trained by MJ, top-notch quality. Amelia didn't want trouble now. Good. Keep up the normal trade guild facade. A butler entered, interrupting. Pardon me. Bernaf snapped into guard mode. The lady is resting. How dare you disturb her? The butler bowed low. News from the gate. Lord Ghislaine Perdian has arrived. Amelia hadn't expected this. Why's that nuisance here? The butler, sweating, hesitated before adding. Suspiciously, he wishes to discuss the trade guild. Their guilty expressions betrayed them. The scene shifted to the reception room. Amelia, clutching her cat, sat across from Ghislaine, who lounged with one leg crossed, greeting her warmly. Hello, Amelia. Her and Bernaf's reception was far from welcoming. She cut him off coldly. It's rude to show up unannounced. Have you tossed all manners aside? Ghislaine, unfazed, replied with an absurd excuse. Your birthday's coming up, right? I thought I'd give you a gift early. He placed a cheap flower on the table. Found this at a guild on the front lines. Smells nice. I'll buy more there. What was that guild called? He snapped his fingers. Oh, right, Actium. Amelia froze, speechless at his pointed remark. With no way out, she stood to leave, clutching her cat. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll take the gift, so you can go. But Ghislain wasn't done. Sharply, he commanded, Amelia Rayfold, sit down. She froze mid-step, anxiety creeping in. What's this pressure? She didn't dare turn fully. Is this the same stuttering, nervous guy from before? Ghislain got straight to the point. I'll keep it short. I need money, 10,000 gold. Amelia was floored. A gift, and now a loan from his fiancée right after meeting? Is this Count Perdian's idea? He shook his head. Nothing to do with him. Just give it to me. Casually, he tipped a coffee cup onto the table. You're not planning to marry me anyway. She felt like she'd fallen from the sky, glancing at him silently. Ghislain knew enough. The night outside, right? Once you seize power, you'll be set. But if word gets out you're secretly building forces for Rayfold's succession war, her cat went berserk, lunging at him. It stopped on the table at her call. Prince Ghislain. Amelia, calm yet defiant, said. Even joking, you shouldn't say such things. Ghislain wasn't intimidated. Don't worry, I'll keep it quiet, as long as I don't leave empty-handed. His brazen fiancée snapped back. Never. With a call, the door creaked open. Bernaf, as dangerous as ever, gentle only with her, stepped in. Been a while, Prince Ghislain. Ghislain knew him well. Bernaf, Amelia's loyal ally from his past life, a swordsman rivaling the North's best. But now he wasn't fazed. If I die here, a territorial war will erupt. Can you handle that? Amelia stayed composed, revealing her true nature. A troublemaker breaks in and gets killed by a guard. That's what the world will hear. Acting superior, she disregarded lives. Kill him. Blinded by loyalty, Bernaf drew his sword. Yes, ma'am. Ghislain, after a thoughtful pause, said, If you're going that far, I'll have to ask my sword if it agrees. With confidence, he added, Guess I need to get serious. At that moment, Ghislain Perdian sat on a chair, sword in hand, ready for battle. Bernaf stood before Amelia, his blade drawn, eyes blazing with fury. He flashed a smug grin at Ghislain, who returned a sharp, unflinching stare. Ghislain leaned on his sword, silent, as if waiting for something to unfold. He didn't wait long. A masked assailant lunged from behind, sword aimed at him. Ghislain's expression hardened as the blade pierced the chair's backrest. The strike went through, but Ghislain had already flipped backward onto the ground, dodging midair. Seizing the moment, he slammed a kick into the assailant's chest, making him reel in pain, eyes rolling back. With another powerful kick, Ghislain sent the attacker crashing into the wall ahead, the impact splintering it. Bernaf and Amelia gaped, stunned by his strength. Turning to them, Ghislain mocked, An assassin? Pretending to be polite only to sneak attack. He drew his sword, charging at Bernaf with disdain. That's a pathetic way to treat a guest. Bernaf swiftly raised his sword to block, a shockwave erupting from the clash. Ghislain asked coldly, Does Rayfold have no shred of chivalry? Bernaf, feigning calm, replied, My apologies, but you, Grand Duke Ghislain, were the rude one, barging in unannounced and upsetting the lady. For someone like you, courtesy was never required. With that, he pressed forward, thrusting his sword. Ghislain dodged, flipping to the side. Bernaf slashed again as Ghislain leaped, but Ghislain landed nimbly, sliding low and kicking backward, catching Bernaf off guard. Bernaf slid back to evade, thinking, Grand Duke Ghislain, they said you were a useless show-off, but you're no amateur. He assessed Ghislain's power as he fought. Amelia, arms crossed, sneered arrogantly. What are you doing, Bernaf? Don't tell me you're letting that thug. Bernaf turned, alarmed. My lady. Her face twisted with malice as she ordered. Take his head, now, if you're truly my sword. Bernaf, helpless, fell silent before responding. I won't disappoint you. Gripping his sword tightly, he pointed it forward, eyes glinting dangerously. Come on, then. Ghislain smirked. A guard giving me orders? Bernaf remained defiant. I've been holding back, but if you won't yield, I'll indulge you. He charged, sword raised. Ghislain met him head-on. Bernaf's face turned vicious, thrusting as if he could kill Ghislain instantly. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, focusing, then dodged the lethal strike with a tilt. This bastard's fast, he thought, his expression tense. Bernaf's smugness grew, sensing Gislin's brief falter. He unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but Gislin evaded and countered with precision. Amelia watched, incredulous. How can a thug like Gislin match a master like Bernaf? Her eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint, scheming. Meanwhile, Gislin parried Bernaf's attacks. Bernaf's blade grazed Gislin's hilt, but Gislin deflected it, his sword now aimed at Bernaf's shoulder. With a swift strike, he pinned Bernaf's arm to his side. Bernaf, like a rabid locust, stabbed again. Gislin, scoffing, that move again, hooked his leg around Bernaf's head, sword still lodged in his arm. Suddenly, Gislin's face flickered with alarm. With brute strength, Bernaf flung Gislin to the ground. Smirking, Bernaf hissed, "That trick won't work twice." He slammed Gislin down hard, the impact shaking the floor, causing Gislin's hand to slip from his sword. Gritting his teeth in pain, Gislin watched as Bernaf lunged again, aiming to kill. But Gislin raised his foot, blocking the sword, then slid aside. With a burst of effort, he leaped into the air, landing safely. His sword remained lodged in Bernaf's arm. Gislin thought, as expected, he's using mana to reinforce himself and counter my moves. Bernaf yanked Gislin's sword free, advancing. Grand Duke Gislin, you're far from the rumors. You can't judge an opponent's strength without fighting them. He tossed Gislin's sword aside, arrogantly adding, your swordsmanship seems honed in real combat, not formal training. Did you learn from fighting orcs too much? That style works in chaotic battles, but it's useless against me. He raised his sword again, his face smug. Your arrogance ends here. Gislin, breathing heavily, thought, this guy's tough. Analyzing, he noted, his narrow blade thrusts target my head, making it hard to judge distance and timing. At close range, his physical strength makes it tough to overpower him with technique. I knew from the start he wouldn't be easy. After calculating, Gislin raised his hand, releasing a thin thread from his fingers, saying coldly, I don't have much time. He flicked the thread forward. It shot past, startling Bernaf, who gasped, mana threads. He stood frozen, caught off guard. As he reacted, Gislin manipulated the thread, yanking his sword back and striking Bernaf's nape, making him stumble forward in panic. Gislin leaped, slamming his knee into Bernaf's face. Blood sprayed as Bernaf clutched his nose, thinking, what? What did he do? Amelia screamed, Bernaf. As he writhed, gripping his bleeding nose, Gislin seized his sword, swinging it down. He pressed with full force as Bernaf blocked, but this time, Bernaf's confidence wavered. He shouted in panic, struggling to hold back as Gislin pushed him. Bernaf dodged, pulling his sword free. Gislin slid back, gripping the ground to stay steady. Bernaf urgently warned Amelia, my lady, leave now. I can't guarantee your safety anymore. From here, I'm going all out. He narrowed his eyes, pointing his sword forward, still brimming with confidence. Gislin fell silent, then said, fine, let's do it. His gaze was cold and calculating. It's been a while since I faced an opponent as interesting as you. The scene shifts to Amelia, clutching her cat tightly, hiking up her skirt with all her might as she bolts outside. As she runs, resentment burns inside her, and she thinks to herself, Gislin, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who the hell, some idiot, leaked trade guild info to that lunatic Gislin? How else could he know so much? Those rumors about him slaying orcs, protecting his sister from assassins, and even taking down the Loge's family heir. Based on that lowlife's past, I figured it was just dumb luck or overblown gossip. But who could have seen this coming? Amelia grits her teeth, unable to accept it, her eyes narrowing with raw fury. Damn it, she hisses. As she storms outside, she snaps at her guards. What the hell are you all doing? But what hits her is a chilling sight. A cloaked figure in black standing over the lifeless bodies of her guards, leaving her frozen in place. The figure hears her and starts to turn. It's Belinda. She flashes a faint, mocking smile and says, well, long time no see, my lady. Amelia's stunned, blurting out, Purdian's maid, why are you? Belinda lowers her face, hidden under her hood, and lets out a sharp TCH. In a flash, she's behind Amelia, pinning her with a small, razor-sharp dagger and whispering, quiet now. Panic surges through Amelia, but she quickly recovers, her eyes darting back in fear. Belinda's other hand snakes around, snatching the spider perched near Amelia's lips, and says with disgust, "God, you still keep this nasty spider on your face." Her eyes narrow sharply as she adds, "I remember overhearing the Count and his brother mocking you for those creepy spiders at the engagement ceremony. So you raised these gross things to get back at them. Not sure if that's you overcoming some phobia or proving a point." Belinda presses the dagger closer to Amelia's throat, making her drop the cat in terror. Then, with a sneer, Belinda crushes the ugly spider underfoot and says, "Sorry to break it to you, but this doesn't suit you, my lady." She stomps hard, squashing the spider into pieces, and asks coolly, "Now, can you play nice and cooperate?" The scene cuts back to the room where Ghislain stands locked in a tense face-off with Bernaf. Ghislain eyes his opponent, silent, the air heavy with a terrifying energy. Bernaf stands firm, sword raised, his eyes blazing. Suddenly, he speaks up, "A worthy opponent to toy with, huh?" His voice turns bitter as he snarls. "Only humble mercenaries talk like that, yet you dare call yourself a noble like my lady?" Ghislain replies calmly, "Of course I'm a noble. A simple guard like you wouldn't get it." They fall back into silence, sizing each other up. Out of nowhere, Bernaf shouts, "Young Master Ghislain," and lunges, thrusting his sword at Ghislain. Ghislain swiftly parries. Bernaf's face twists with ferocity as he hisses, "Don't tarnish the honor of nobility." A flurry of identical sword thrusts rains down on Ghislain. His eyes sharpen with intense focus, blocking every lethal strike. Suddenly, a blade aims for his throat. Ghislain gasps, "This guy," and leans right to dodge. Under the relentless assault, he can't help but marvel. Is he that skilled? The two trade dazzling blows. Ghislain, parrying, says, "You've got some fierce attacks." He keeps countering Bernaf's moves. Bernaf doesn't respond. Ghislain swings his sword upward, aiming to strike down, but Bernaf's blade misses to the side. Before Bernaf can recover, another of Ghislain's strikes arcs under his sword. Bernaf deftly twists his wrist, dodging, then clashes again with Ghislain's blade. His wrist moves with uncanny agility, spinning his sword in the air. Their blades meet again in a fierce clash. Bernaf shouts, "Young Master Ghislain," as Ghislain fights back. Bernaf thrusts again, smugly declaring, "That's it, it's over." His blade pierces Ghislain, blood spraying through the air. Bernaf's brow furrows, shocked, thinking, he took the hit on his shoulder on purpose? But Ghislain rallies, striking back while fending off Bernaf, saying, "Looks like I can't let my guard down for a second." Bernaf deflects Ghislain's blow, then seizes the moment to kick him, sending Ghislain flying back. Smirking, Bernaf taunts, "This is the difference between me and some punks swinging a sword for fun." Ghislain, panting after the kick, thinks, "What an entertaining fight." His expression stays unshaken as he stares ahead. He analyzes speed, reach, and relentless, overpowering strikes. He's controlling the fight. Even if I try to close in for a grapple, he neutralizes it. His swordplay makes it seem like our blades are tangled, tricking me into thinking they can't be separated. With my current mana, I can't withstand many more attacks like that. Bernaf charges again, ready to end it. Ghislain thinks, "But that's only with the mana I used to have. Too bad for him." He raises his sword, his face cold, mana surging wildly around him. He thinks, "It's my unique mana technique." His eyes turn deadly, a glow flaring at his chest. He unleashes his third mind technique, moving so fast the eye can barely follow, a blur of motion. When he reappears, Ghislain charges Bernaf. Gripping his sword tightly, he thrusts with all his strength, his mana-charged blade overwhelming Bernaf's, knocking it aside in an explosive clash. Ghislain sends Bernaf's sword flying, embedding it in the floor. Bernaf, stunned and panicked, thinks, "Young Master Ghislain, how could you unleash that kind of mana?" Before he can process it, Ghislain strikes, his blade stopping just at Bernaf's forehead. Bernaf leans back to dodge, but fails. At that moment, Belinda enters, dragging a restrained Amelia. Furious and terrified, Amelia grits her teeth and snaps, "Stop. 10,000 gold. Take it and get lost." Ghislain scoffs, "TCH, you killjoy. Why didn't you offer that when I asked nicely?" He pulls his sword back from Bernaf's forehead. Belinda, smirking, teases, "Wow, what a messy lover's quarrel." Ghislain shrugs, "Just a little disagreement." Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he says casually, "Got some bad news for you, Amelia." His eyes turn sharp and cold as he declares, "The fee just went up to 20,000 gold." The fallen soldiers lay sprawled across the floor, the aftermath of a chaotic battle. Crash! A flower vase shatters into pieces, startling the white cat, which cowers under a chair. It's Amelia's fury unleashed. Bernaf bows his head, admitting fault. "My apologies, my lady. He was stronger than the rumors suggested. My mistake was not anticipating this." In a split second, he unleashed mana that could overwhelm a high-ranking knight. Amelia, eyes bloodshot, her tone icy and seething, snaps, "You've changed a lot, haven't you, Ghislain?" Bernaf quickly suggests, "Should we report this to Duke Delphine?" Amelia's hand cracks across his face, her anger flaring like gasoline on a fire. She grabs his collar, snarling, "Watch your mouth. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphine is? If word of today gets out, we'll be executed on the spot." Bernaf lowers his head, silent. Amelia adds, "I've been secretly working with Duke Delphine behind my father's back because I promised to back his rebellion in exchange for his help to bring down Perdian. If this leaks, my own siblings will kill me." The more she talks, the angrier she gets, her face twisting with rage. If the council already knows all our secrets, they probably know about this deal too. No matter what it takes, Ghislain has to die. Bernaf nods, understood. Amelia presses, "What's Ghislain's condition?" Bernaf replies, "He's got wounds on his body and a major one on his shoulder." Recalling the chaos, he adds, "Right after he unleashed that surge of mana, his physical state will likely be unstable for a while." His face tightens, hesitating, but he explains, "If we don't want to leave traces, we can't use the territory's knights." Amelia replies coolly, "I know. That's why I've been raising those kids for moments like this." Bernaf raises an eyebrow. "You mean, the image of the Claw Guild's captain, Bern Vigo, a vile scumbag, moving a flag on a strategy map, flashes in his mind." Amelia, pleased with her choice, says, "A battle-hardened veteran, no humanity, no status, a specialist among those with no clear identity, an assassin for hire." She orders, "Send those guys in. Pick 18 skilled in mana." Bernaf gets it, nodding as he lays out a plan. The narrow path is the only route from Rayfold to Perdian. It's good for hiding, but it's also perfect for a quiet, clean hit. With the strategy set, he declares, "I'll prepare thoroughly." Amelia's face is full of malice, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she seethes. "Ghislain humiliated me like this. He'll pay the price." The scene shifts to a bustling street, a horse-drawn carriage racing through the crowd. Inside, Ghislain is bandaging the deep wound on his shoulder, wincing. "Amelia, huh," he mutters. Fergus, sitting across from him, looks concerned. "Master Doran, you okay?" Ghislain brushes it off. "Old man, don't worry, lordship. It's not a big deal." He pulls on his shirt, touching the wound, reassuring Fergus, "It's not too deep. Not awful, even if I overdid it." He falls into deep thought. The 20,000 gold from Amelia is enough to rebuild our territory. That's years of effort saved. A hint of regret creeps in. Would have been better to take them all out, but I can't risk a turf war. Can't let my emotions put the territory in danger. Slipping on his coat, he muses, "Perdian's in a tough spot, barely holding off barbarian invasions. This is the perfect chance to push them back." Adjusting his coat, he adds cautiously, "Knowing the Demon Guild's secrets will make them wary. Amelia's got the upper hand, but I'll use her to the fullest." Belinda, watching him brood, can't hold back. "Everything went just like you said, didn't it, Master Doran?" Ghislain nods, "Yup." She reminds him, "They said if we heard fighting inside, we'd restrain the guards. Then Lady Amelia would come out, and we'd take her hostage." Ghislain dodges with a playful look. "Oh, did they? I left that to Fergus, didn't I?" His face suddenly pales, his body reacting. He covers his mouth. Fergus panics. "Master Doran." Ghislain looks at the blood on his hand, calm despite coughing it up. Third time, and the core's still breaking down. Assessing the blood, he says, "Better than last time, but this is trouble if I keep using my power. Gotta find a way to boost my mana fast." Suddenly, Belinda grabs his bloody hand, startling him. Miss Belinda, he says, confused. She pulls out a spell, saying, your mana flow's completely disrupted. She channels magic around his bloody hand. His eyes widen in surprise. He feels something rise in his throat, expecting to cough up more blood, but instead, a white mist escapes. The blood on his hand starts to fade. Stunned, Ghislain thinks, you'd need deep mana knowledge to pull off this kind of healing. Looking at Belinda, he muses, Mom brought her in, so I knew she wasn't ordinary. His view of her shifts. Special physique, huh? Why is someone this skilled stuck in a backwater like this? He grins inwardly. The more strong allies in the territory, the better. The guys we've faced so far are just the start. The carriage keeps speeding along. Belinda speaks up, Master Doran. Sincerely, she says, I trust you, so whatever you do, I'll back you unconditionally. But tell me, why'd you take such a huge sum from Lady Amelia? Ghislain pauses, then says, I need the money for something, and around here, nobody's as loaded as Amelia. Both listeners are floored. Belinda blurts, huh? Ghislain explains, don't worry, Amelia won't snitch to her dad. Belinda counters, no, I mean we risked all this just to borrow money, and that's it? If this reaches Earl Rayfold, it's gonna be a mess. Ghislain smirks, you trust me, right? Belinda forces a smile. Sure, but at least tell the person who saved you what you're using the money for, yeah? He stays silent, as if he won't say more. Then he speaks, the beast forest. Belinda's stunned. Ghislain shares his plan. I'm gonna clear the beast forest. Fergus, unable to hide his worry, objects. No way, Master Doran. There've been major attempts to clear it since your great-grandfather's time, but Ghislain cuts him off. Fergus, the thing I asked you to look into before we entered the city, how's that going? Fergus pales, sweating, Master Doran. Hesitating, he says, the person you wanted to find, they're exactly where you said, but are you sure it's them? Their condition, Ghislain says firmly. As long as they're alive, that's enough. I'm going there now. Belinda protests. No, you need to head back to the territory. In your condition, wandering around is crazy. Ghislain pushes back. Belinda, you think after what we did to Amelia, they'll just let us walk away? She lets out an, oh right. Ghislain, knowing Amelia's nature, says, she'll definitely try to kill me to cover this up. Belinda flexes her arms, boasting, Master, I'm a damn good fighter. Sir Fergus is a knight too. If it comes to it, I'll handle it quick. Ghislain, reassuring her, says, you guys make me feel safe, but that's not your role. Different fields. With conviction, he declares, I need a trailblazer. I'm going to meet them. The carriage stops, and they step out in front of a house. Ghislain knocks, tap tap. Belinda eyes the place, muttering, this family, isn't it totally falling apart? Fergus scratches his head, confirming, this is the right address. A door creaks open, revealing a tall man with long, scruffy hair and a beard, like he hasn't shaved in ages, covering his face. He grunts, who are you? The group stares, shocked, rooted to the spot, silent. Belinda whispers to Ghislain, Master, this is the guy you told me to find? A trailblazer? He looks like he's half dead. Ghislain insists, no, we found the right guy. The man, seeing no response, reaches to close the door, grumbling, some bored young noble. Huh? Don't waste my time. Get lost. Ghislain stops him, hold on. Introducing himself, he says, I'm Ghislain, leader of the Ratat Mercenary Guild. The man freezes, his eyes lighting up. Slowly turning back, he looks at Ghislain, extending a hand calmly. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Ricardo can't hold it together anymore. Could it be? Fergus catches on, his voice hesitant. The Ratat mercenaries. The Ratat crew, where only those who've mastered nearly every weapon can join. They may be disbanded now, but their courage echoed across nations. Every knight's heard of them, and their leader, Gillian, an old man with silver hair and razor-sharp eyes. Ghislain extends his hand toward him. I came for you. A throwing axe suddenly whistles through the air, slicing past and tearing a piece of Ghislain's collar. His 3 followers freeze, stunned by the speed of it all. Gillian raises a hand toward him. So you know who I am? The trio tenses, weapons drawn and pointed at the old man, brows furrowed. Gillian's voice rumbles low. What's this about? Belinda steps protectively in front of Ghislaine. Stay back, young master. Something's off with this guy. But Ghislaine isn't fazed, his voice ice cold. Eternal punishment. Gillian flinches. Ghislaine continues, slow and piercing, as if seeing through everything, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. I know how to cure your daughter's incurable disease. With a smug edge, he adds, ready to talk now? Gillian's daughter, Rachel, has endured unimaginable suffering. High fevers, coughing up blood, red blotches blooming like petals across her body. The disease, eternal punishment, torments its victims with relentless agony, as if they're sinners under divine wrath. Rachel's pain screams have haunted Gillian for too long. They approach her blood-stained sickbed, her faint groans, ugh, ugh, hanging in the air. Gillian roars in anguish, witnessing the torment his daughter endures. Observing her condition, Ghislaine thinks, it's not too late. In his mind, he recalls, in my past life, I tried to recruit Gillian too. But back then, he was gone. Took his own life after his daughter's death, abandoning everything. He scans the dilapidated house. Looking at this place, he must have spent every penny trying to cure her. All that's left is his weapons, huh? Rachel screams again, writhing in agony. Father? Father, it hurts so much. I just want to die. Please. Gillian's speechless, choked by grief. Ghislaine shrugs off his coat decisively. No time to waste. We start treatment now. But Belinda grabs his shoulder, stopping him. Let's go, young master. She explains gently. I don't know what you're planning, but this isn't something you can fix with force. Even priests can't cure it. They call it divine punishment. What are you going to do? Without hesitation, Ghislaine pulls his arm free. It can be cured. Belinda shouts, losing her cool. Young master. He turns, flashing a confident smirk. You said you trusted me. Belinda freezes, caught off guard by his charm. He hands her a piece of paper. Take this. Ghislaine instructs meticulously. Buy every herb listed here. Don't miss a single one. Reading the list, Belinda's eyes widen in shock. Unfazed by her reaction, he smirks. For mercenaries wandering the world, knowledge is life or death. Eternal punishment is incurable now, but in the future, there's a cure. Task assigned. Ghislaine turns to a table, unpacking supplies he prepared earlier. Vials, herbs, tools for crafting Rachel's medicine. He thinks, this caused a stir back then because the recipe's surprisingly simple. Crazy that I still remember it. The problem is, it needs insanely expensive ingredients. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out the final piece. A rare ingredient, blessing of the fairy. With deft hands, he grinds the blessing and other herbs, pours them into a vial, adds strong liquor, and shakes it until the mixture blends. After a moment, he adds the remaining ingredients, stirring carefully. Everyone watches his every move, captivated. Finally done, he holds up the vial and hands it to Gillian. Have her drink this. Gillian takes it, gently feeding it to his daughter, cradling her tenderly. After she drinks, he lays her back on the bed. Dried tears linger at the corners of her eyes, but the red blotches begin to fade. Moments later, the petal-like marks vanish completely. It happens so fast, everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Fergus blurts, the blotches are fading. Gillian, losing his composure, stammers. This medicine, it's really standing back. Watching it all, Ghislaine says calmly. As expected, it works. Gillian, unable to believe his eyes, stares at him, stunned. How is this possible? Even divine power couldn't cure it. Ghislaine explains coolly. Priest divine power isn't a cure-all. It just boosts vitality and regeneration to help the body fight illness. This is a root-level cure. Gillian's hands tremble. So, you mean, he drops to his knees before Ghislaine, like he's facing a savior. Can my daughter really be cured? Unfazed, Ghislaine replies. 1 or 2 months, and she'll be fully recovered. Gillian's emotions are indescribable. He bows low, overwhelmed with gratitude. Then he speaks. What do you want from me? You came here for a reason. Pausing, his voice grinds with intensity, eyes wide, almost shouting as he pours out his heart. All I've got left is this broken body. If you want me to be a dog, I'll be a dog. If you want a slave, I'll be that too. But Ghislaine gently reaches out to lift him up. I don't need a slave. I need Gillian, leader of the Ratat mercenaries. Gillian's eyes widen, unable to believe what he's hearing. He looks into Gislin's eyes. That look, the look of someone chasing a dream. Gripping his thick mane of hair, Gillian grabs the axe from earlier and hacks it off. The hair hits the floor with a heavy thud. Everyone's rattled, unsure of the gesture's meaning. They're stunned by the transformed Gillian. No way, he's completely different now. From a disheveled old man, Gillian now looks sharp and powerful, every bit the legendary mercenary leader. Reborn, Gillian stands, striding toward his weapons. Turning back, he asks seriously, "Besides you all, is anyone else with you or coming here?" Gislin replies, "No, just us." Holding a sharp iron spear, Gillian asks, "Got any enemies who hate your guts?" Gislin, with a proud grin, says, "Plenty. And there'll be more." Gillian's muscular arm grips the spear. Then, without finishing, he hurls it with blinding speed and force at the wall. The spear punches through, causing a massive explosion as it blasts a hole in the wall, tearing through trees outside and striking something. Gillian yanks the spear back, dragging a pierced body with it. He grabs the assassin by the throat, who groans in pain. "Irk." Coldly, Gillian demands, "Who sent you?" The assassin, writhing, gasps, How did you know?" Gillian glances at Gislin. "What's the plan?" Gislin replies calmly, "After all this, I think I know who's behind it." He casually draws his weapon. "I'd rather not spill blood today." But Gillian stops him, saying, "I'll handle it." He tightens his grip on the assassin's throat, who lets out a final, "Ugh." The sound echoes. Gillian bows respectfully to Gislin after finishing the job. Belinda, watching, is speechless, shaken by what just happened. Not a hint of hesitation. Why'd the young master recruit someone this dangerous? Gillian kneels again. "Grand Duke Gislin." With reverence, he says, "From now on, my life belongs to you." Just as he planned, Gislin thinks, "With this, I've secured a key piece for the territory's reconstruction." He flashes a victor's smile. "Looking forward to working with you, Gillian." Night has fallen, and a grim atmosphere blankets the dilapidated wooden house. Voices echo. A group of assassins lies dead. Inside the rundown shack, a handful of people are checking the surroundings. Rain begins to fall, and the four inside exchange heated words. "What? Those idiots." Suddenly, a man with a scar across his mouth barks, "Quiet." It's the Claw Guild, led by Vigo. He sits in the center of the cramped room, whispering, "Keep it down." His subordinates bow their heads, murmuring, "Sorry, Captain Vigo." Vigo stays still, interrogating his men. According to Bernafa's intel, with Grand Duke Gislin's current forces, forget killing. They shouldn't even be able to track down our assassins. One subordinate stammers, "WL." Then he spills the truth, shocking Vigo. It seems Gillian has joined his group. Vigo's rage erupts, and he slams a fist into the man's face, leaving him defenseless. Glaring with eyes full of bitter resentment, he grabs the man's throat, snarling, "Is that true?" The subordinate, choking, trembles as he gasps, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Vigo's heart burns with hatred. He mutters, "Gillian, you finally made your move." Then, under his breath, he adds, "My old captain." Outside, the sky remains pitch black. Gillian drives a carriage at breakneck speed. Inside, Belinda grumbles, irritated. "So cramped." She keeps complaining, "This old guy's no merchant. One or two swords or axes would have been fine. Why drag all this junk?" Now we had to buy another carriage. Gillian, driving silently up front, doesn't respond. Gislin, leaning against the carriage wall, says, "We needed the extra carriage to bring Rachel back comfortably anyway." At the palace, another team of carriages, Fergus and Ricardo's reinforcements, is preparing to depart. Gislin gazes into the distance. Everything has its use, so just be patient. The carriage with the three of them speeds through the night, the moonlight illuminating the desolate forest. Gislin's voice cuts through. The priority now is getting out of this gorge. Belinda stares at the young man across from her. "Young master, that guy we caught earlier, the one tailing us. He was sent by Lady Amelia Rayfold, right?" Gislin glances away, answering vaguely, "Pretty much." She narrows her eyes, thinking, this could get messy. Recalling the image of the subordinate choked to trembling, she adds, "The mask he wore had the Claw Guild symbol, a powerful group in Rayfold." Ghislaine listens intently, then asks, "The Claw Guild, huh?" Belinda explains, "They're a filthy bunch, smuggling, assassinations, drug trafficking, human trafficking, you name it. They've got a lot of skilled ex-mercenaries." Her face twists with disgust. A shadow guild with serious muscle. The carriage races through the forest. The two keep talking. Ghislaine raises an eyebrow. "Belinda, you've been cooped up in the castle. How do you know all this?" She dodges the question. "Well, before the castle, I kinda..." She pivots sharply back to the topic. "Anyway, they're like starving leeches, so watch out." Ghislaine stays quiet, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then he reassures her, "Little lady, it'll be fine." He looks up, smiling gently. "We've got Gillian." The carriage barrels through the silent night under the empty forest. Suddenly, noises erupt from both sides. A strange force envelopes the carriage. Gillian senses something off, his eyes scanning the surroundings. An assassin bursts from the ground, sword aimed at Gillian for a sneak attack. Gillian drops the reins, reaches behind his back, and draws his weapon, muttering, "An attack from below, huh?" With a dagger in one hand and an axe in the other, he blocks the sudden assault from both sides. Quick as lightning, he deflects the enemy's sword with his dagger and counters another attack with his axe. In a flash, Gillian swings both arms, his deadly strikes severing the arms of the two ambushers. He swings his axe again, slashing a deep cut into one of the assassins. They collapse onto the rocky path. The carriage keeps charging forward, but a group of masked figures chases from behind. Gillian spots them all, weapons still in hand, ready to fight. He glances at the sky, asking, "A trap?" Belinda peeks out, observing, "We're gonna get buried." Gillian yanks the reins, and the horses screech to a halt. A massive tree crashes onto the path, blocking their way. Ghislaine, sitting calmly, had anticipated this. An ambush, as expected. A group of masked men surrounds the carriage, knives drawn, ready to kill. A cold voice rings out. "Gillian, former captain of the Rat-Tat mercenaries." Hearing his name, Gillian scans the area curiously. Vigo steps forward, leading the group, a dagger in hand, his voice icy. "Coward! You disbanded the whole mercenary crew for your daughter." Gillian leaps off the carriage, replying, "I don't know what you're talking about." The group of thugs closes in. Vigo sneers, "Because of you, my life was ruined. Too old to even remember your former crew, huh?" Gillian stays silent, his face calm. Vigo flashes a wicked grin. Playing dumb? I'll jog your memory." He orders his men, "Kill him." The thugs charge forward at his command. Ghislaine, still on the carriage, asks, "Need a hand?" Gillian waves him off. "No need. Seems he's got a score to settle with me. Take a break, young master." The thugs rush him, but Gillian shows no fear. He swings his axe hard. "I'm enough on my own." In a flash, he cuts them down one by one, blood spurting from their wounds. One wave falls, then another, like moths to a flame. Vigo shouts, "You old bastard, you dare!" Gillian, unfazed, meets the onslaught head-on, felling each attacker with ease, untouched. He blocks a strike with his bare hand, then slashes a deep gash into another thug. Vigo watches his men drop, thinking grimly. As expected, his mercenary strength is still there. But with Gillian single-handedly mowing through them, Vigo bellows, "Split up, surround him." At his command, they divide into two groups, encircling Gillian. He leaps onto the horse, yanking the reins. "Humph!" The thugs shout, "The horse!" Gillian pulls a long blade from the horse's side, hurling it overhead toward the group ahead. With a swing, he strikes, sending a cluster of them flying back, collapsing one by one. They panic, yelling, "Ugh, we can't get close. Idiots, aim for the horse." Gillian, in a battle frenzy, keeps cutting them down, relentless. His long blade sweeps in a circular arc, catching them off guard, and they fall, blood pooling beneath them. Belinda and Ghislaine, watching from the carriage, let out, "Whoa." Suddenly, an attacker dives from above, knife aimed at Gillian for a sneak attack. He spots it, swiftly raising a shield to block the strike. Vigo, his attack thwarted, snaps, "You ruined my life, and now you're in my way?" His eyes blaze with rage, venom in his words. "I'll kill you." He slashes the horse's neck, blood oozing out. Gillian, unsteady on the collapsing horse, leaps off. Another knife comes for him, but he dodges, blocking with his axe. Fighting back, he roars, "I'm not the Ratat captain anymore." Using his wooden shield, he lands a heavy blow on Vigo, sending him flying. Vigo grits his teeth, minimizing the damage with his body. Slowly rising, he mutters, "Former captain, huh?" Furious, his eyes burning, he screams, "Enough nonsense. If not you, then who?" Gillian grips his axe tightly. "I've left that past behind." His face hardens as he glares at his foe. "Now, I'm just a servant of Grand Duke Ghislain." V. Quarng, his eyes blazing red. "You." He charges, shouting, "I'll kill you." The battle has raged for a while, tense and unrelenting, with no clear victor. Vigo relentlessly attacks Gillian, each strike sharp and deadly. Gillian blocks the vicious blows with his shield. Though Vigo hasn't landed a hit, he keeps up the assault, refusing to back down. As he strikes, he hurls bitter words at Gillian. "When you left, the mercenary legion collapsed." Gritting his teeth, his voice drips with resentment and blame. "Because of you, I lost my purpose and lived a pathetic life, just scraping by." He pins all his suffering on Gillian, blaming him for every ounce of pain. Gillian stays silent, fending off the attacks without responding to Vigo's accusations. Emboldened, Vigo presses harder, attacking without pause. Gillian dodges, swiftly slashing his sharp axe toward Vigo. The man ducks, narrowly avoiding the deadly blade. Vigo weaves in and out, parrying Gillian's strikes. Gillian doesn't relent, swinging his axe again. Vigo raises his shield to block the powerful blow. Gillian's eyes narrow, recognizing the shield. Before he can dwell on it, Vigo issues a challenge. "Gillian, I was ready to give my life for the Ratat mercenaries, everything I had." He glares, accusing. "And you threw it all away to serve some corrupt noble?" It's a grudge Vigo has nursed for years, gnawing at him. Teeth clenched, eyes wild with fury, he readies his bow, his voice thick with anger. He fires a volley of sharp arrows, but Gillian deflects them effortlessly, sending them flying into the ground. Seizing a moment of distraction, Vigo lunges to attack. Gillian's reflexes kick in, dodging the lethal spear by a hair. No ordinary foe, Gillian counters with precise, devastating strikes. Once the leader of the Ratat mercenaries, a group he founded, he knows Vigo's tactics inside out. Vigo stumbles, nearly face-planting. Unwilling to yield, he snarls, "No matter how strong you were, that was years ago when you were still captain." Brimming with confidence, he boasts, "While you were busy curing your daughter, I grew stronger through countless battles." Vigo leaps into the air, driving his spear into the ground, declaring, "You're no match for me." He spins his hand, revealing coins hidden in his palm, and hurls them at Gillian with force. Gillian catches them easily. Vigo charges for a follow-up attack, but Gillian sees it coming. Vigo leaps, gripping his weapon, ready to end it. "It's over, Gillian," he shouts. The clash of blades rings out, but Gillian blocks the strike with ease. He questions Vigo, "So this is about revenge?" Vigo, stunned by the effortless block, channels mana into his arm, thinking he's not even using his full strength. Gillian pushes him back with overwhelming force, leaving Vigo unable to resist. He collapses, kneeling, looking pathetic. Gillian steps toward him, puzzled. "I don't get it." Curious, he asks, "If revenge was your goal, you had plenty of chances." Picking up Vigo's spear, he asks sternly, "Why didn't you come for me sooner?" Vigo, delighted by the question, laughs maniacally, his tone defiant. "You don't know the whole story." He recounts, "I came to your house, but the Ratat captain wasn't there." He recalls, "Just some worthless old man not worth killing." He turns the question back on Gillian. "Where was the man I idolized?" Gillian lets him rant, staying silent. Tossing the spear aside, he responds, "Listen." Drawing his sword from behind his back, he says, "I'm just a man controlled by others." But now, Gillian brandishes his sword with commanding presence. "I'll give my old comrade the greatest honor." His eyes blaze, reclaiming his role as the Ratat commander. "That's right." Charging forward, he declares, "This is a real fight." Gillian unleashes precise, deadly strikes, no longer holding back. Vigo can't hide his excitement. "This is the moment I've waited for." The duel erupts into a fierce clash, neither side yielding. Vigo lands a blow, Gillian returns a strike. They trade hits, locked in a brutal struggle. Vigo, teeth gritted, charges like a moth to flame. Gillian rises, raising his axe high, delivering a final message. I'll always remember you, captain of the Ratat Legion. He says Vigo's name, Vigo. Vigo bares his teeth, trembling as the fatal axe comes down. Vigo falls, blood splattering across the cold ground. Gillian steps forward, picking up his weapon, staring at the man he just sent to his end. Cheers erupt from behind. Nice work. It's Ghislain and Belinda. Surveying the carnage, Belinda remarks, Hey, if we sold all this gear, we'd make a fortune, right? Gillian bows to Ghislain, apologetic. I delayed things unnecessarily. My apologies. Ghislain brushes it off. No big deal. He eyes Gillian, thinking, he's even more impressive than I expected. He recalls, when I returned to the mercenary city after leaving home, stories about Gillian from my superiors shaped me into the mercenary king. Lucky I moved fast to secure an ally like him. Ghislain slips his hands into his pockets, asking, Do you remember that guy? Gillian draws his sword, confirming, Yes. Looking to the sky, he admits, he was an old comrade. Ghislain's surprised. An old comrade, huh? Gillian's words stir memories of his own former allies. Wonder what my old crew's up to. Before they met me, they had their own lives. He muses for a moment, but holds on to hope. One day, we'll all reunite, right? Shaking it off, he turns to Belinda. All right, let's collect the valuable stuff like you said. Belinda nods enthusiastically. Good call. Now, Gillian, lead the way and let's grab the loot quick, yeah. Gillian sighs, exasperated. I'm not your subordinate. 2 days later, at the territory, the group rides in a carriage toward their destination. Inside, Belinda, exhausted, sighs heavily. Phew, almost there. Gillian, curious, asks Ghislain, That's Perdian? Ghislain nods. Yup. He feels a stroke of luck. Good to have a place to come back to. I can always return. Gillian falls silent. Ghislain asks, Gillian, what do you think of our territory? Caught off guard, Gillian stammers. Well, it's nice, I guess. Ghislain, seeing his discomfort, guesses, a dump, right? The comment hits the mark. Ghislain explains, the houses are so old they're beyond repair. See those fields? Abandoned. Everyone who could work got sent to the army, leaving the land to rot. Gillian questions, I heard Perdian's constantly at war with the northern orcs. But seeing it up close, it's worse than I thought. Belinda, helpless, adds, Isn't this a territory someone should know inside out? Ghislain states his goal plainly. I'll fix all of it, and I need your help. He declares, this will be a long fight. In his mind, he vows, wipe out everything tied to Duke Delphine and protect what's ours. I'll restore this land, no matter the cost. The carriage rolls on. Belinda peeks out, gasping. Young master, look, it's Ghislain's shocked too. You, standing ahead, waiting by the castle, is none other than his father. Ghislain exclaims. At Castillo Perdian, an ancient, majestic, and splendid castle, heated arguments echoed through the halls. We need to reduce our forces, Ghislain's father proposed. His aide, visibly uneasy, exclaimed, What, my lord? If we cut back any further, holding the front lines will be nearly impossible. Home Run, stroking his chin skeptically, added, We'd be better off requesting aid from Rayfold. It turned out Rayfold was the one slashing aid. An investigation suggested they were amassing troops and stockpiling supplies. Randon, stunned, blurted out, What's that? The group continued their fierce debate, each convinced their own stance was correct. There's no other choice. We need to rebuild the Mana Beast Forest garrison, half destroyed in last October's battle. Even scaling back the Night Corps is necessary to ease some of the pressure, someone argued. Home Run countered, But don't you think reducing our forces carries significant risks? Ghislain remained silent throughout the discussion, observing quietly. In his mind, he mused, Same old crowd, huh? Present were 3 key figures. Vanden, the commander of the Perdian Night Corps, Albert, the noble leader of Perdian, and the stout Count, Home Run, the castle's overseer. Ghislain reflected, How long has it been? For a Grand Duke of Perdian, it's only been a few months, but for a mercenary king, it feels like decades. Finally, Ghislain spoke up, addressing his father. This campaign must have been exhausting for you. Walter, curious, responded, "What's on your mind?" Ghislain recalled how, as a child, he resented his father's rigid and strict demeanor. Only now did he understand the weight of responsibility his father carried, the immense exhaustion and strain on his shoulders. As a lord, Walter asked, "My dear son, I hear you left the castle for about a week. Where did you go?" Sipping a cup of hot tea, Ghislain replied honestly, "I just returned from Rayfold's territory." As a father, Walter pressed, "Not causing trouble again, I hope?" Ghislain, exasperated, took another sip of tea. "I didn't cause any trouble." The steward, holding a ledger, chimed in, "My lord, as unbelievable as it sounds, word is you defeated Bernaf in a duel and earned a tidy sum." Albert, skeptical, asked, "You didn't go there to gamble, did you?" In his head, Ghislain scoffed, "Gamble? If anything, I'd call it an investment." Still holding his tea, he replied, "No, I just had some brief business to discuss with Amelia Rayfold." Home Run interjected, "My lord, I've always reminded you to remember your role as Purdian's heir before acting." Ghislain waved dismissively to reassure him, "I understand. Don't worry." Home Run, fuming internally, thought, "This blasted fool treats my words like garbage. How can I not worry?" Ghislain's father intervened, "Enough, everyone. Let's stop here." He turned to Ghislain. "I hear that in my absence, you've been involved in quite a few incidents, haven't you?" Ghislain sat silently, offering no response. His father continued, "Word is you personally dealt with Emer and Philip, the ones who tried to betray Elena. Is that true?" Ghislain recalled. "Oh, those guys." Randon jumped in. "Dealt with them personally?" "Hardly. They probably fought each other, and the Grand Duke just finished them off." The story's been exaggerated. He didn't believe Ghislain had such exceptional ability. In his mind, Ghislain thought, "Knight Commander Randon. Even if they were traitors, having knights under his command killed by me must sting. Maybe I should smooth things over a bit." So he replied, "Yes, something like that." Randon, pleased with the response, grunted, "Humph, exactly." Walter, silent for a moment, finally said, "Well done." The praise caught Ghislain off guard. His father added, "Whatever the process, what matters is that Elena is still alive, isn't it?" Ghislain, hearing his father's praise for the first time, fell silent. He ventured, "Father, could I ask you for a favor?" Walter nodded, "Speak." Home Run, quick to interrupt, said, "My lord, if this is about requesting maintenance funds, I must say no." Randon piled on, "Of course. The Grand Duke's caused enough trouble as it is." He fumed, using military rations for gambling, burning the city gate in a fit of bad temper, slaughtering war horses to roast for meat, and claiming it was to forge a legendary sword by melting down the knight's iron armor. Ghislain, overwhelmed, muttered, "That's a lot." Nonchalantly, he responded, "I'm not asking for permission, it's just courtesy. This is something that must be done." Belinda, trailing behind, asked, "Why are you so obsessed with this?" Ghislain replied, "I'll tell you later." He calculated, "If I reveal it now and rumors spread, it'll be a hassle. If I succeed in my plans, I'll make a fortune." Elsewhere, not far away, at the entrance to the Beast Forest, a massive runestone quarry lay buried. Runestones, imbued with magical power, were incredibly rare and coveted by mages. Used in magical barriers, circles, scrolls, alchemy, and research, mana was indispensable. In his past life, the Delphine ducal family had discovered it. Now, Ghislain was the only one who knew. Belinda, speechless, sighed. "Of course, you've got it all figured out." Gillian agreed. "I'll follow your lead." Ghislain praised them. "Good." He ordered, "Belinda, go to the nearby territories trade guild and hire a mercenary group, about 200 men." Belinda exclaimed, "That's the money we risked our lives for, and you're not saving a single coin?" Gillian cautioned, "Is that wise, my lord? Mercenaries are rough and unruly. Managing that many will be tough, and they might turn on their employer." "It's predictable." Ghislain nodded. "True, which is why you and I will pick the ones worth using." He suggested to Gillian, "Among the small mercenary bands in the north, there's one with excellent skills." Gillian protested, "No way, those mad dogs." Ghislain reassured him, They're skilled, but if they slip up, they're rabid dogs who will bite anyone, even their master. The Cerberus mercenaries. They set out, with Gislin saying, "Let's go chain up those mad dogs." The Cerberus mercenaries, outside Jimba's territory, peered through binoculars and spotted approaching figures. There they are. Pathetic. Do they even know where they're at? They mocked. Speculating, they said, "Look at him, some young noble brat. If we play this right, we've got a juicy target." A hand shot out, startling the Cerberus mercenaries. It was Gillian, grabbing one by the neck and lifting him like a cat. The mercenary, furious, shouted, "What's this bastard doing?" Gillian squeezed his face, then hurled him far away. The Cerberus group, wide-eyed with shock, formed ranks around Gillian. "Who's this guy? Prepare to fight," one snapped angrily. "Have you lost your mind?" another demanded. A commanding voice rang out. "Looks like some high-ranking noble. Even a noble can't act this recklessly." The speaker stepped forward, warning, "Don't think you'll leave here alive." He froze, seeing Gislin on horseback. Gislin commanded, "Quiet. Who's your leader here?" Gislin pressed. "Who's the commander here?" The man from before stayed silent, only letting out a loud laugh. He shot back. "Looks like we've got a crazy noble here, huh?" He tossed a chain, readying for a fight. "If you're looking for trouble, you'd better be ready for the consequences, yeah?" With that, he hurled a club toward Gislin. The club came dangerously close, mere inches away, but something intercepted it, knocking it off course. It was none other than Gillian. The Cerberus mercenaries stood stunned at the sight. The attacker, caught off guard, had his chain pierced by Gillian's sword, and the club crashed to the ground, sinking into the soft earth. Just as Gislin had predicted, he thought, "As expected, they won't listen to me." He ordered, "Gillian, go ahead and let loose, just don't kill them." Gillian, itching for action, was ready. "Understood," he replied. He effortlessly dodged the attacker's strike, seizing the chain and turning it against him. The man, furious but helpless, cursed, "You damn dog." Gillian flung him into the air, looping the chain around his neck and yanking hard, the club slamming into the man's stomach, leaving him writhing in pain. With the leader down, the lesser mercenaries didn't back off, charging aggressively. "You think we'll just stand here and take it because you're a noble?" They launched their chains, but Gillian deflected them with his sword. He elbowed one, causing the group behind to stumble like dominoes, all sent flying far away. Gillian's icy gaze pierced through the Cerberus mercenaries, who shrank back, avoiding his terrifying stare. Gislin dismounted, clearly annoyed. "Taking too long. How much longer do I have to wait?" He commanded, "Clear those grunts out of the way and bring their leader here." The leader stepped forward, voice weary. "I was sleeping soundly until you stirred up this mess." His men suddenly snapped to attention, forming two neat rows. He introduced himself. "I'm Chow, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries." He demanded, "What do you want with me?" Gislin replied calmly, "What else do people want with mercenaries? I'm here to make a request." Chow, irritated, snapped, "A request? What kind of person makes a request by roughing up my men like that?" He smirked. "For a noble, you sure lack manners." Gislin responded naturally. "Consider it my way of saying hello. I figured the best approach was to make you submit." Chow, taken aback, said, "Submit? You mean if we greet twice, it's war? Is that it?" But he brushed it off. "Whatever. State your request. What's this grand plan of yours?" They sat at a table to negotiate. Gislin spoke first, "The beast forest." Chow's eyes widened. Gislin clarified, "I want to hire you to conquer the beast forest." The Cerberus mercenaries erupted in chatter. "The beast forest? That place crawling with monsters?" They hesitated. "You don't mean the one bordering Perdian's territory, do you?" Chow, equally shocked, exclaimed with interest, "Who are you to dare mess with that dangerous place?" Gislin replied calmly, "I'm Gislin Perdian, Duke of Perdian." The Cerberus mercenaries froze in disbelief, Chow included. They tried to intervene. "Hey, kid, don't get cocky. That beast forest is no joke. Everyone who goes in there dies." Chow chimed in. "Kid, you seem like a pampered noble with no clue how the world works." He made up his mind. Enough talk. Pointing to the exit, he said, "Negotiations are over." Gislin sat silently, unmoved. Chow, curious, taunted, "What? Scared now?" Gislin looked up and countered, I heard your mercenary crew was skilled. Was that just exaggerated gossip? Chow slammed his feet on the table, hands in his pockets. Don't get cocky, kid. Like you said, we're mercenaries. If the price isn't right, we don't take the job. Simple as that. Ghislain provoked him. Weaklings always make excuses. Chow's lips tightened. Leaning back, he said, You're ruining my mood. I was gonna have some fun with you, but you're pulling this amateur provocation crap. A spoiled brat like you, who doesn't know how the world works, isn't even worth my time. He gestured dismissively. Take this as compensation for the damage and get lost. Ghislain closed his eyes, shaking his head. No, that's not it. He challenged. Chow, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, I challenge you to a duel under Moriana's oath. Everyone gasped, from the Cerberus side to Gillian. Chow asked, Do you even know what that means? Ghislain replied, Of course. It's a traditional mercenary duel, Moriana's oath. Once accepted, the two fight with short blades, no mana, hands bound together. Leaving the small circle and closing the fight means defeat. It's a brutal survival match in a confined space with limited movement. Sometimes, both the winner and loser die. The loser must accept defeat and obey the winner's commands absolutely. Basically, become their dog. Ghislain asked, So Chow, what do you say? Gillian, shocked, muttered, A noble duke resorting to a filthy mercenary custom? In mercenary circles, refusing a challenge meant admitting defeat, so Chow had no choice but to accept. He smirked, then burst out laughing. Brothers, our noble guest wants recognition the mercenary way. Shall we oblige? They stepped into the fight, hands bound tightly within the small circle. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered. Teach that arrogant noble a lesson. Finish him, boss. Gillian watched silently. Before the duel, Chow said, Looks like you've got some tricks up your sleeve and think you can face me without fear. But there's no backing out now. He pulled Ghislain close, whispering, I've fought 5 duels like this and never lost. He let go. Ghislain pulled Chow toward him, speaking softly, 5 times. With a faint smile, he added, I've done this hundreds of times, you know. Without hesitation, both men unleashed ferocious attacks, catching each other off guard. One hand gripped the other's, while the free hand thrust a blade toward the opponent's throat. They dodged simultaneously, narrowly escaping each other's deadly strikes. Their sharp gazes locked once more. Ghislain Perdian and Chow relentlessly swung their blades, closing in and pulling back. One slashed, the other parried, trading blows in a deadlock. Chow dodged a strike, grabbed Ghislain's arm, and yanked him forward, twisting his arm behind his back. But Ghislain countered, swinging his dagger toward Chow's side. Chow thrust his spear at Ghislain, sidestepping to avoid the incoming blade. They broke apart, readying new moves. Chow raised his leg for a kick, but Ghislain, anticipating it, stepped back just as the kick came, narrowly dodging the dangerous blow. However, the move caused him to stumble and fall. Chow sneered, Oh, pretty tough, huh? You claim you've done this hundreds of times, something most people only manage once in a lifetime. Furious, he swung his blade swiftly. If you're going to be pathetic, at least make it believable. Ghislain dodged instantly. Chow's men, forming a circle around them, shouted, That noble's done for. The boss is crushing him with raw power. Finish him. It's the price for daring to insult us. Gillian shot a piercing glare at them, making them recoil in fear. Silently, he assessed the duel. This is a disadvantageous fight. The ring is so small it's hard to even fall, and just standing face to face nearly pushes you out. With rules banning magic and relying solely on physical strength, plus the clear size difference and bound hands limiting movement, the Duke can only barely dodge or block. The two continued their relentless clash. Gillian observed, with his larger build, the leader can easily dominate and control the fight. Watching closely, Gillian's hand rested on the weapon at his back, ready if the Duke faced real danger. Chow grabbed Ghislain's arm, poised to throw him over his shoulder. But Ghislain used the momentum, leaping up to evade Chow's horizontal slash, landing lightly behind him. However, his arm began to throb. Ghislain faltered, thinking, The arm I blocked with earlier, it's hurting. Without mana to shield him, the impact of parrying Chow's spear had built up. Chow, noticing, laughed gleefully. Look at that, your face is pale. Can't hold on much longer, can you? Seizing the moment, he slashed again. Gislin struggled. You're fighting so hard against my strength. It's almost pitiful. Sure, compared to other nobles I've met, you're tough, but that's it. Chow grinned maliciously. I see right through you. Gislin tried using his speed to attack, but Chow blocked every move. Swing your blade all you want. I'll counter or dodge easily. I kick. You block with your leg, just as I predicted. My lighter stabs. You're taking them head-on, aren't you? But under Moriana's rules, with no mana support, even blocked attacks left lingering damage. Gislin's legs ached terribly, and he could feel the pressure mounting. He hated being read like this. Chow taunted. Your expression gives you away. Keep struggling. Smirking cruelly, his eyes gleamed with malice. That's what makes it fun. Gislin refused to give up, swinging his blade at Chow again. Chow dodged effortlessly and countered with a slash. Gislin ducked to avoid it, then blocked Chow's downward stab, quickly striking back. Chow raised his knee, aiming for Gislin's face. Too late to dodge fully, Gislin blocked with his leg, but Chow's knee slammed into his shin, sending pain shooting through his bones. Chow, sensing weakness, stared sharply. This is the end. He raised his blade and thrust it toward Gislin's throat, snarling, Die. His men cheered wildly. Oh, Gillian, watching, couldn't stay still, drawing his weapon. Duke, watch out. But Gislin smirked, seemingly doomed, then twisted his body, dodging Chow's blade in a stunning move. Chow couldn't believe it. How could he dodge my strike in that position? Gislin, using the momentum, pivoted on his right leg, spun, and slashed Chow's side, drawing blood in a deep wound. Chow, shocked, realized he was the one hit. His men and Gillian were equally stunned. Furious, Chow swung wildly from multiple angles, but his aggression left openings. Gislin landed another slash across Chow's chest. His men grew restless, shouting, The boss got cut again. They yelled. That noble was clearly outmatched earlier. Boss, show him your true power. Gillian watched silently. Chow swung. Gislin ducked. Using his shoulder, Gislin struck Chow's face, then raised his blade, eyes intense. Instead of stabbing, he pummeled Chow's face and chest with fists. Spinning the dagger's handle, Gislin stabbed Chow's bound arm, making him scream in agony. Chow, enraged, charged, shouting, You bastard! His face twisted, losing all composure. You were struggling against my strength before. What trick are you pulling now? Gislin glared back coldly. Gillian, watching, realized, that's it. In his mind, the fight played in slow motion. The leader's aggressive power strained his muscles, making him less flexible. Trying to dominate with brute force cost him agility. The Duke didn't meet his ferocity head-on but stayed loose, turning the flow to his advantage. To overcome the size disadvantage like this, remarkable. Gillian sheathed his weapon. Chow, battered and bruised, his face swollen, sent his men into a frenzy. Boss, what are you waiting for? This isn't fun anymore. Gislin looked at him. Your willpower is strong, but in the past, plenty of cornered men broke the rules and used mana. Chow scoffed. You talk like you've really fought 100 times before. You only got this chance because of Moriana's oath. Break the rules, and you'll have no place here. Gislin glanced down, quietly impressed. Chow continued. I admit, in a straight fight, I'm slightly outmatched, but, he roared, grinning tensely. There's more than one way to win. Chow spun, using all his strength to hurl Gislin, catching him off guard. Another rule of Moriana's oath. Step 1 foot outside the circle, and you lose. Chow flung Gislin into the air, his swollen face twisted in triumph. No matter how skilled you are, once I throw your whole body like this, you'll land outside. Smirking, he thought, victory is mine. But it wasn't that simple. Gislin swung his blade, grabbing Chow's arm in midair to Chow's shock. Using the momentum, Gislin spun before landing, kicking Chow's pivot leg, forcing him back and pulling Gislin inside. Their bound hands strained with terrifying force. Gislin yanked Chow toward him, spun behind, and pushed Chow forward. Grabbing Chow's hair, Gislin slammed his head to the ground. The result stunned everyone. Chow was forced out of the circle. His men gasped, he's out. Outside the ring. Chow, unwilling to accept it, gritted his teeth, eyes wide. Is this really the end? Gislin, cold as ice, looked down. Victory is mine. Chow, helpless, asked, "What kind of man are you to have such extraordinary skill?" Gislin's eyes glinted dangerously. "That's no way to act before your future master." He pulled Chow back into the circle, confusing him. Exhausted, Chow panted, "What? The fight's over." But Gislin said, "No, I haven't stepped out of the ring." He threw another punch at Chow. "From now on, it's time to discipline you, as my subordinate." Raising his fist, Gislin leaned forward, eyes narrowed, staring at Chow. "From this moment, it's time to teach you your place under me." With that, Gislin landed a direct punch to Chow's face, a blow so fierce it left Chow reeling. His men, encircling the ring, watched in shock as their leader crumpled to the ground. Chow frantically shielded his bloodied, swollen face from Gislin's strike, shouting, Hey, wait. By the rules, stepping out of the circle was a violation." Before he could say more, another fist slammed into his face. Gislin pinned Chow down, relentlessly pummeling him. "You think you can bring up rules in the middle of a battlefield?" Chow, weak and sprawled on the ground, retorted, "You call yourself a noble? Don't complain about what your master decides." As he spoke, Gislin's cold eyes bore into him, and another fist flew. Chow barely got out. "You maniac," before a punch to his mouth made him spit blood. A barrage of dozens of punches followed, each one chipping away at Chow's consciousness. His men, watching their leader get brutalized, grew restless. "Hey, is this okay? The bet's over." Gislin's fist, now stained with Chow's blood, kept going. Finally, Chow, unable to endure the pain, raised both hands and screamed, "Ack! Stop already." Blood streamed down his battered face. Gislin pulled him up, his expression still icy, and said, "I haven't stepped out of the ring yet." Chow's face paled. To him, Gislin now seemed like a demon. Turning to his men, he roared, "Are you just going to stand there? Kill this guy." His men, hearing Chow's order, charged with swords drawn, shouting, "Yes, sir." But before they could act, the old man blocked them with his axe. "From now on, anyone who interferes with the Duke will die." A menacing aura radiated from him. Chow's men froze in fear, rooted to the spot. Chow, seeing this, looked helpless. Turning back, he met Gislin's chilling gaze. Gislin spoke, "Let's finish our business." Chow, staring at Gislin's fist, gave a bitter laugh. Nobles, nothing but a bunch of cowards." As he took the punches, he thought about the corruption of nobility. Arrogant pigs, scheming traitors, narcissistic fools who'd cower and beg at the slightest threat. Robbing such people was an unmatched thrill. Chow, once renowned as the Mad Dog, wondered, "Why am I humiliated by this young noble?" His men, seeing Chow's broken state, shouted, "Boss, he's going to die. What do we do?" Gislin lifted Chow's bloodied body, assessing him. "That's enough." He ordered the men, "Get medical supplies for Chow. What are you waiting for? Bring water, bandages, cloths. Are you going to let your leader die like this?" Holding Chow's body up, Gislin faced the men. They scrambled. Yes, understood." The silver-haired old man watched Gislin, thinking, these unruly mercenaries are obeying the Duke? In their world, where fists are law, he's shown them who's boss in the most effective way. After treating Chow's wounds, Gislin and Chow sat across a table. Gislin slid a paper toward him. "Sign it." Chow, visibly displeased, glared but picked up the pen and signed. Handing it back, he muttered, "Here." Gislin narrowed his eyes, clearly unsatisfied. Chow quickly adjusted his tone. "Please, my lord, take care of us." Satisfied, Gislin took Chow's hand. "Good. From now on, we're family. Let's do great things together." Days later, at the outskirts of Perdian's territory, weary mercenaries grumbled. "Ugh, why muster us at dawn? I didn't even finish breakfast before we started moving," one complained. A bald man piped up, "Heard the rumor? The guy who hired us is Perdian's Duke." Another gasped, "What?" Someone sneered, that naive kid. Can he even handle mercenaries? Bet we can half-ass it and still make bank." As they gossiped, a man clapped loudly. "All right, listen up." A muscular giant stepped forward, saying, "To deal with a greenhorn boss, we need a strong representative." The group turned to him. "You?" The muscled man, Gordon, grinned, thumping his chest. "That's right, Gordon the Muscle. I'm impressed with your enthusiasm to make some coin. But if we're not united, we won't get what we want." The group nodded. "True. Last time some idiot overplayed his hand, and it all fell apart. The bald man approached Gordon. So what's the plan? These things only work if you know when to stop. Push too hard, and it's over. Gordon roared. I'll be the middleman. The boss pays, and you split it fairly, got it? He jingled a coin pouch. The group cheered, agreed. With Gordon brokering, it'll go smoothly. That huge frame of his is actually useful, reassuring too. All that training, and he's got a nose for money. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hey, someone's coming. Gordon and the others turned. From a distance, a lone rider approached. As the figure grew clearer, the mercenaries squinted. What's this? Just one guy? Dressed like a big shot, huh? Bet he'll run scared when he sees Gordon's muscles. Gordon took the lead, waving his men to follow for intimidation. Rubbing his hands, he muttered, Time to teach this naive, noble kid a lesson. But as he turned, his eyes widened in disbelief. Behind the rider were dozens of men. Someone gasped, That dog-shaped helmet. Is that the Cerberus crew? Gordon startled. What? The group buzzed. How's that possible? What happened to make those stubborn bastards obey the boss? Ghislain glanced at Gordon and asked, You the commander here? Gordon stammered, Why yes, sir. Ghislain pressed, Your name? I am Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain gave Gordon's arm a light punch, praising, Impressive. He introduced himself. I'm Ghislain Perdian, Grand Duke of Perdian. Gordon's men sweated, too stunned to speak. Ghislain continued, You've gathered all your mercenaries. Gordon, from now on, we're conquering the Beast Forest. A few days later, outside the beastly forest, Ghislain's group had set up camp at this location. All preparations for exploring the forest were complete. Ghislain had established a temporary base for the expedition team. Supplies were fully stocked, and the soldiers were ready. The time to set out had come. With that thought, Ghislain glanced at Belinda and suggested, Check the head count one more time. Belinda immediately got to work. The mercenaries hired through the office totaled 148. The Cerberus mercenary group, led by Ghislain, consisted of 41 members, bringing the total manpower to 192. Hearing this, Ghislain said sternly, All right, have you thoroughly briefed Scovan? Belinda nodded slightly and replied, He's actively helping us keep the forest expedition under wraps. After all, his main job is commanding the outpost near the beastly forest, so there's likely no need to worry. The two nodded, and Ghislain smiled, saying, Good. Then, he looked at the group below and shouted his command. Everyone, fall into formation. He told them that right before them lay the beastly forest, the place they would explore. They had surely heard the rumors. Unexplored dangers, all sorts of monsters, unknown threats, or even things beyond imagination. Despite facing such perils, he declared, We must conquer this place at all costs. Hearing his words, the mercenaries below, who had never heard of such a task, turned pale as banana leaves, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Hearing this, Belinda angrily scolded, How dare they interrupt while the young master is speaking? Ghislain didn't bother with it and said coldly, Anyone who wants to back out is free to do so, but remember this. If everything goes well, I promise to pay you triple the wages. For those enslaved by coin, that reward is quite the tempting bait. As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes lit up. In contrast, Belinda, standing above, nearly jumped in shock, exclaiming, Young master, what did you just say? The money we brought back last time has already been nearly spent on these preparations. Ghislain smirked and said, That's how you boost morale. If we succeed and secure the Orvain, it won't just cover the costs. It'll leave us with plenty to spare. With that thought, he glanced at Belinda again and asked, Do you trust me? Belinda sighed helplessly. I have no choice but to trust you. She slightly regretted once saying she trusted him unconditionally. Nearby, Chow couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Triple wages. What a promise no one but a madman would make. The master's always so reckless. Gillian calmly replied, He always has a plan in his head. A moment later, the beastly forest expedition team was ready to depart. Ghislain, naturally, took the lead, with the others following closely behind. Their group marched into the forest, chopping down trees as they went, looking almost like bandits. The group relentlessly hacked away with axes, Ghislain included. He felled a tree at the center, allowing faint light to begin piercing the dark forest. Seeing the light, Ghislain smiled with satisfaction. Good, the light's finally starting to break through. He then ordered, keep clearing the path in this direction. The felled trees were cut into pieces and loaded onto carts, while those with free hands dug around the roots to make them easier to remove. According to Duke Delphine's beastly forest exploration journal from a past life, the forest was truly vast. One day, they would clear out the monsters and exploit the forest's resources. But what Ghislain needed now was money. Ignore everything else and carve the fastest path to the runestone vein. The wealth Ghislain would gain from this expedition would be a crucial weapon to thwart the schemes surrounding Perdian. Nearby, Chow was surprised to see Ghislain working, and even the mercenaries began whispering among themselves. Naturally, Belinda wouldn't let this go on. She shouted a warning. Hey, less chatter and get to work. They immediately shut up and scurried off. Watching their retreating figures, she huffed angrily. Unbelievable. Then she approached Ghislain, complaining, Young master, we went through the trouble of hiring these people. Why are you doing the work yourself? They're looking down on you because you're working alongside them. Ghislain, busy chopping a tree, didn't care and casually said, Relax, one more person working means the job gets done faster. There's nothing good about lingering here. Belinda pouted at his response. You talk like you already know everything before coming here. Her words left Ghislain momentarily speechless. What could he say? He actually did know. Nearby, Chow chatted while working. The young master has a girl worrying over him. How enviable. Meanwhile, some of us not only have to work for others, but also walk straight into hell. Gillian, hearing this, smacked a tree branch into his back, making Chow furious. He cursed loudly. You looking for a fight? But Gillian ignored him, letting Chow rant until his voice gave out. Ghislain glanced at them, feeling a bit more at ease. Everything had gone smoothly so far. Duke Delphine had once launched a large-scale beastly forest exploration campaign and kept a journal detailing the locations of key resources and the ecology of the monsters. Thanks to that, Ghislain was somewhat prepared before coming here, but the lack of incidents made him even more uneasy. He had only read what was written in the journal and had never seen what actually happened here with his own eyes. So he couldn't help but warn them. All of you, stay on high alert. Even so, they continued cutting trees to clear the path. By now, night had fallen, and they had traveled a long way without encountering a single monster. As they were discussing this, one man approached, demanding his share of the rumored reward. But then, Gordon seemed to notice something, his face turning pale as a banana leaf. Panicked, he shouted, Hey, you guys. The group immediately turned to look at him. Trembling, Gordon said, We've clearly cut down plenty of trees on our way here, right? The others nodded in confusion. Yeah, that's right. After hesitating for a long time, Gordon glanced at them and said, Then why isn't there a single path? His words snapped them to attention. It made sense. At that moment, Ghislain suddenly shouted, Everyone, stay sharp. Following his yell, the three key members moved to shield him, and the Cerberus mercenaries assumed combat positions. Only the amateur mercenaries outside were left bewildered, unsure of what was happening. As they stood confused, Ghislain called out, Gordon, stay where you are. If you move, you'll die. He ordered, Walk toward us slowly, step by step. Though confused, Gordon nodded. Yes, I understand. But as he turned, the log on his shoulder slammed into the giant tree in front of him. Not only that, he fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the group's expressions grew grave. Some couldn't hold back and angrily cursed. That idiot. At the same time, Gordon was just as panicked, because the massive tree in front of him suddenly began to move. In an instant, the enormous trunk formed a gaping mouth full of jagged teeth, striking fear into everyone. Seeing it, the group turned and fled, their faces grim. Their fear was justified, as the tree-like monster suddenly sprouted vines stretching dozens of meters long. The vines ensnared them, hoisting them into the air before flinging them toward its mouth. After capturing its prey, the monster snapped its jaws shut, as if savoring the moment to tear into its newly caught meal. At the same time, Gordon was also seized. But thanks to his brute strength, he clung to a nearby tree. Sobbing, he pleaded, Save me. The nearby mercenaries rushed over, swinging their axes to sever the monster's vines. Yet no matter how hard they hacked, the vines wouldn't break. The axe in one mercenary's hand even began to chip, prompting him to exclaim in shock, "How are these vines so tough?" Gordon, equally panicked, cried out, "They won't cut. Am I doomed to be eaten? What rotten luck!" As if on cue, the vines yanked him toward the monster's mouth again. At that moment, a figure dashed forward. It was Ghislain. Sword in hand, he charged and sliced through the vine, binding Gordon with a single swing. After saving him, Ghislain didn't stop. He channeled mana into his sword and, without hesitation, stabbed into the eye on the monster's trunk. Bright red ooze gushed out like rain, grotesque to behold. Seeing this, the mercenaries outside cheered. The boss cut it down. Is the eye the weak point of these tree monsters? While they were caught in a daze, Ghislain, having landed after his strike, let out a breath and turned to the group, shouting, "Snap out of it. If you scatter, you'll become easy targets. To avoid being caught by the tree monsters, grab your shields and form a defensive line. Until I give the next order, focus on holding your ground." With Ghislain's command, the mercenaries quickly formed ranks, using their shields to fend off the incoming vines. After issuing orders, Ghislain ran to Chow, asking, "Where are the oil lamps?" Chow pointed to the cart beside him, replying, "All right here." Ghislain swiftly ordered, "Good. Light them all and throw them at the monsters. Burn them down." Hearing this, Chow exclaimed in surprise, "So that's why we brought them." At that moment, Gazel shouted, "They're looking this way." Ghislain quickly commanded, "Now's the time. Burn them." Following his order, Chow led the group in hurling oil lamps at the monster. In an instant, a barrage of lamps flew forward. The moment they struck the monster, they exploded, and flames erupted into the air. Watching the scene, Chow muttered nervously, "Will they burn to ashes?" Gazel nodded slightly. With this situation, they might. But in their moment of distraction, the monster's vines shot toward them. Fortunately, an axe suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Gillian hacked through the vines. Even Belinda joined in, launching 3 throwing knives at the monster's eye. Ghislain glanced at the two and ordered, "Cover the mercenaries and prepare to throw more lamps." They quickly followed his command. As for Ghislain, after giving orders, he charged forward with his sword, aiming to draw the monster's attention. Hearing this, Belinda cried out in panic, "Be careful, my lord." Ghislain paid no mind. He rushed toward the monster, channeling mana into his sword and slashing wildly. Infuriated by Ghislain's attacks, the monster's vines lashed out at him. Perhaps Ghislain was a snake in a past life. He dodged with uncanny agility, successfully weaving through and reaching the monster's front. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, defending behind their shields, watched in awe and exclaimed, "Those tree monsters, do they have legs too? The boss is going to get crushed." But contrary to their fears, Ghislain was perfectly fine. His swordsmanship was impeccable, each swing severing vines. Seizing the moment when no obstacles remained, Ghislain thrust his sword straight into the eye on the monster's trunk. Single-handedly, he deftly handled the monsters, leaving the mercenaries watching in astonishment. All eyes were on their leader. At that moment, Belinda shouted, "Throw all the oil lamps at them. This time it'll work." Following her cry, another wave of lamps flew forward, and flames roared to life, engulfing the monsters in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Chow cheered, "We did it." But Ghislain warned, "Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're completely burned." With his words, the mercenaries continued hurling lamps. Part of the forest was now engulfed in blazing red flames, the heat intensifying. In moments, the monsters were incinerated. The mercenaries outside couldn't help but marvel. That was incredible. So this is how you deal with monsters. They also realized that, at this rate, the fire might spread further, but that was even better, as it would wipe out the monsters faster. Even Gordon cheered. Not so tough after all. In the face of fire, these tree monsters are nothing. While they rejoiced, Ghislain spoke up, "Don't let your guard down. It's not over yet. Now's when they reveal their true forms." As soon as he finished, their vision was enveloped in a blinding white fog. The mercenaries grew even more confused, unsure of what was happening. Gillian and Belinda, alarmed, rushed toward Ghislain. Belinda cried out in fear, "What's going on over there?" Ghislain calmly explained. The fire weakens them but doesn't fully destroy them. The heat vaporizes the moisture inside their bark, creating this mist. Before long, the fog began to clear, revealing a colossal, terrifying monster, even more fearsome than before. Its massive mouth remained, but now it sprouted four enormous petals. Seeing it, the group recoiled in fear, shouting, "What is that? Wasn't it dead?" At that moment, a sword pointed skyward amid the chaos. Ghislain roared, "Everyone focus! Grab your weapons. Now's the time for a close-quarters assault." With that, he charged forward like the wind, sword in hand. Seeing Ghislain charge forward alone, the mercenaries panicked, muttering, "Telling us to fight those giants up close. Isn't that just asking for death? One move from them, and we'd be crushed. How can we not be scared?" But while they were in disarray, Chow led the Cerberus mercenaries in a bold charge forward. Belinda, running alongside, cautioned, "Duke, please be careful." Gillian, who hadn't yet moved, approached Gordon's group. In a cold tone, he demanded, "What are you hesitating for? This is Grand Duke Ghislain's order." Naturally, this angered him. While his master was fiercely battling the monsters, they stood there like statues. Gillian, exasperated, commanded, "Have faith and follow him." Hearing this, Gordon's group flinched but quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, saying, "Forget it, who cares? At worst, the employer will handle everything. Just do it." In an instant, the mercenaries surged with fervor. Ghislain shouted, "Their bark is burned away. Even without mana, you can cut them down. Don't fear, smash them with one strike." Hearing this, Chow charged fiercely, joined by Gillian and Belinda. In moments, a bloody battle erupted. At this point, hesitation meant death. Ghislain's role was to erase his followers' doubts, instilling confidence in victory and inspiring them to turn the impossible into possible. With his extraordinary skill, Ghislain showed them that killing monsters was just that, killing monsters. He thrust his sword into the monster's mouth. Without hesitation, he unleashed a mana-infused slash, cleaving it in half on the spot. Under Ghislain's valor, the monsters began to fall like dominoes. The others, working together, took down a fair number as well. The mercenaries, exhausted and panting, heard Gordon sigh in relief. "We got them all. We've wiped out those monsters." Others exhaled. "We survived." But at that moment, Ghislain warned, "All forces, stay calm." His voice silenced the crowd. Their obedience pleased him. He continued, "This is the beastly forest. Just our first step, and we've already encountered creatures like those tree monsters." In an instant, fear spread across their faces. Ghislain, unfazed, spoke slowly, "But don't worry. I'll always be at the forefront. All you need to do is trust and follow me." The crowd fell silent at his words, but soon, spirited cheers echoed through the dark forest. They pressed deeper into the woods. Whenever a monster appeared, Ghislain directed its swift destruction. Wherever they went, ancient trees and monsters fell in their wake. Chow, growing more ferocious with each kill, had initially followed reluctantly, but now felt exhilarated in battle. Throughout, they encountered numerous monsters. Belinda fretted constantly, checking on Ghislain at every turn. At first, he wasn't fond of it, but eventually, he gave in, letting her do as she pleased. The only constant was the state of Gordon's mercenary group. Each time a monster appeared, they instinctively retreated. Gordon, staring at a massive creature before him, grumbled, "Damn it! What the hell is this? Monsters keep popping up." As they panicked, Gillian and Chow stepped in front of them. Chow, without hesitation, slashed at the creature's leg, but another monster appeared nearby. Gillian swiftly charged, blocking it with his shield. Seizing the moment, a sword struck. Ghislain unceremoniously stabbed the monster's head. After dispatching it, he glanced at the group and asked with concern, "Anyone injured?" They nodded quickly, replying, "Still alive, just minor wounds." Immediately, they assumed battle stances, shouting, "If you want to live, don't stray from the employer. Let those monsters come." Seeing this, Gillian couldn't help but remark, "They're starting to shape up." Chow nodded in agreement. Real combat is the best teacher. Ghislain felt more at ease. He reminded them, "We've got a long way to go. Keep clearing the path." Meanwhile, one man lagged behind, watching those charging toward death ahead. He thought they were all insane. in a mad forest full of lunatics. Soon after, they ventured deeper and came across a lake. Seeing water, the group rushed forward like parched men, scooping it up with buckets to drink. Belinda, watching, couldn't help but mutter, "Who knows what might leap out of there?" Ghislain, standing beside her, was at a loss for words. So far, they were on the right path. This lake was a critical junction to the runestone mine. With that thought, he ordered, "Set up camp with your backs to the lake. We rest here." Later, in one tent, mercenaries chattered non-stop about the forest. In another, a fire crackled warmly. Gordon, eyeing the man before him, asked suspiciously, "Why'd you call us here secretly? What's this about?" The man, Manus, chuckled softly. "We don't need to keep risking our lives here. Life's worth more than money, isn't it?" Gordon pouted. "We've already cleared a good chunk of the path. The employer said the destination's not far from the forest's edge. We're probably close." Manus grew more urgent. "You believe him?" The employer's nicknamed Perdian's madman for a reason. Recklessly expanding into this forest for glory, isn't it obvious? Torin, nearby, said indifferently, "We've already taken the deposit. Took the money, so we do the job? We're mercenaries, aren't we? It's not the first time we've survived thanks to an employer." Unconvinced, Manus pressed, "I admit the employer's a skilled fighter, but so far, it's just been luck. One mistake could lead to our doom." He believed nobles would use them as meat shields when danger neared. Nobles are all the same. At this, Gordon's group grew uneasy, unsure how to respond. Seeing their expressions, Manus smirked smugly. "Keep hesitating like that. Fighting those monsters alone and returning? That's madness. If something happens, we might end up as bait for him." Suddenly, Torin spoke up. "I mean, without the employer, we'd have been dead long ago. Look over there." He pointed to Ghislain across the way, treating the wounded and advising, "Be careful not to get water in the wounds. It'll get infected." Belinda, nearby, disapproved, grumbling, "That's precious medicine. Shouldn't we save it for when it's really needed?" Ghislain replied calmly, "This is exactly when to use it. Skimp too much, and it'll hurt us later." Manus watched Ghislain tirelessly tend to the others, unsure how to react. Torin continued, "The medicine and antidotes the employer uses are worth more than our lives. If it were you, would you treat mercenaries you're using as meat shields like that?" Gordon's group nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, this employer's different from the others. At least he doesn't seem like he'd abandon us." Their words dismantled Manus's plan, making him curse inwardly. "That old man's meddling again. To get out of here, I need to sway at least a few, but this is tougher than I thought." He quickly left. As he departed, Ghislain approached, warning, "Stop gossiping and rest while you can." He then glanced at Gillian and Chow, saying, "We need to talk." They followed, but Chow hesitated, asking, "Is this okay? If it were me, I'd have cut out his tongue by now." Ghislain replied calmly, "Let him be. The monsters keep him from doing anything for now. More importantly, we need to confirm something." His words put them on edge. Scanning their surroundings, they noticed an issue. For some reason, oil lamps were placed everywhere. Belinda frowned, asking, "Why suddenly count the hanging lamps? There's about 24. Ghislain, hearing this, fell into thought. As expected, the number's gone down. Reflecting, he spoke slowly. Since entering the forest, monsters had attacked day and night, but for the past 2 days, there had been no nighttime assaults. Hearing this, the group grew pensive. Chow muttered hesitantly, "Does that mean?" Before Ghislain could respond, Gillian interjected, "We've entered the territory of nocturnal monsters, a highly dangerous zone." At that moment, Ghislain sighed, his eyes turning fierce. Gazing into the distant darkness, he said slowly, "All right, now is the most dangerous time." Night had begun to fall over the forest. Everyone had settled into sleep, including Gordon. He was tucked comfortably into warm blankets, but a sudden bright light startled him awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw an oil lamp floating in midair, scaring him so much he nearly wet himself. Kicking it away, he shouted in panic, "What the hell? Flying lanterns." But before he could make sense of it, something bit into his shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. His cry roused the camp. When they awoke, they saw Gordon wildly swinging a torch at the air like a madman. The invisible monsters, spotting the fire, quickly retreated. But to the mercenaries, Gordon looked like he'd lost his mind. They hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Trembling, Gordon stammered, "Monsters. They were right beside me. But where are they now?" The others grumbled in frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing here." Hearing this, Gordon was dumbfounded. He looked around, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "Nothing." Someone snapped, "Did you have a nightmare or something? Talking in your sleep?" With that, they walked off. But at that moment, a voice cut through, "He's not talking nonsense." It was Gazel and Torin approaching. Gazel said slowly, "A strange feeling woke me up too, and I saw a lantern vanish before my eyes." With his words, others began sharing the odd things they'd noticed. Gazel, after listening, said firmly, "We need to investigate what's out there." In an instant, the tent buzzed with chatter. Amid their confusion, Ghislain appeared, asking, "You saw it clearly, didn't you?" They turned to see him approaching with Gillian and Chow. Ghislain narrowed his eyes at them and ordered, "Everyone, assemble." The mercenaries quickly gathered. Inside the tent, Ghislain called the key members for a discussion. After hearing the reports, Gordon cried out in horror, "Monsters are surrounding us." Gazel added, "And we can't even see them with the naked eye?" Ghislain nodded slightly. "That's right. It's their ability." He stated confidently, "They're near the lake. One of the most formidable nocturnal monsters in this forest, the panhunters. They blend into the darkness, invisible to human eyes, and physical attacks are useless. They stalk hundreds of prey, dragging them into the shadows to hunt." Hearing this, Gazel and Gordon exclaimed, "Hundreds?" Belinda glanced at Ghislain. "So that's why the lanterns are going out one by one." Chow shouted angrily, "Damn monsters. Let's go kill them all. We can't let them toy with us. We strike first." But Ghislain shook his head, stopping him. "No, we wait for their attack. That's the best way to counter them." Belinda hesitated. "We've already lost more than half our lanterns. Are we just supposed to sit and wait?" Ghislain replied calmly, "Charging in recklessly will only provoke their cruelty. They'll shift tactics and torment us more patiently. We'd lose our chance to wipe them all out." Gillian, puzzled, muttered, "Wipe them all out?" He looked at Ghislain and asked, "Is there a way to catch hundreds of invisible monsters immune to physical attacks?" Ghislain nodded, "Yes." "Belinda, where are the magic scrolls I told you to prepare?" Belinda answered casually, "I've given each mercenary a scroll." Hearing this, Ghislain looked at them with satisfaction and ordered, "From now on, I'll teach you how to fight them." He drew something on the ground with his sword and explained slowly, "The pan monsters are surrounding our camp from 3 sides. They're tightening the noose by stealing our lanterns. With their numbers, they can't cover the entire area. Especially since they're not human, a direct confrontation would collapse our flanks." Torin, listening, frowned and muttered, "By setting camp with the lake at our back, we avoided being surrounded on all sides." Ghislain nodded, "Call it luck. The situation isn't ideal, but it's not hopeless. We hold the initiative in this fight." The group stared at him, confused. Ghislain explained slowly, "Split into 3 teams. One with shields to absorb attacks, one with crossbows to hold them off, and an elite strike team, including me. The shield and crossbow teams will form a tight central formation to block the enemy's assault. Meanwhile, the Streitgetrich will focus all firepower to quickly thin their numbers from the left flank." Finishing his plan, Gillian hesitated. "Is this really feasible?" Chow studied the drawing on the ground, saying after a pause, "If the central team holds strong, it's doable." Belinda suddenly raised her hand, interrupting, "These pan things blend into the dark, so attacks don't work, right? How do we deal with them?" Her words unsettled the group. Chow glanced at Ghislain, then at Belinda, naively asking, "Can't we just use mana?" But Ghislain smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Belinda. Soon, night fully descended, perfect for hunting monsters." Ghislain rallied the mercenaries as planned to face the creatures. They'd lost their last lantern. One misstep, and the whole group could be wiped out. According to the Delphine family's exploration journal, it was written, "Pan fear light." This was discovered later when strong light revealed their true forms. So Ghislain ordered everyone to tear open their magic scrolls. Instantly, they complied, ripping the scrolls apart. Each scroll's power combined, and in a flash, light surged into the sky. The pan monsters recoiled in fear from the brilliant glow, unable to flee before the light engulfed them. Their forms became visible to all. Seeing this, Gordon shouted, "The darkness is gone. Their true forms are exposed. Eel-like monsters surrounding us." Sure enough, moments later, they charged. The crossbow team didn't hesitate, raising their weapons to attack. But the monsters' numbers overwhelmed them, and the crossbow team struggled. At that moment, the central team was ready. Ghislain raised his sword high, shouting, "Their true forms are revealed. Vanguard, attack." With that, he led Gillian's group in a charge forward. With ferocious momentum, the vanguard relentlessly slaughtered the monsters. Ghislain was even more ferocious. Each swing of his sword left monster corpses strewn across the ground. He narrowed his eyes at the creatures, calculating silently. The pan could blend into darkness, but their resilience was weak. With this formation, they could be pierced through in an instant. With that thought, Ghislain turned to the group and ordered, "Reduce their numbers as much as possible." Gillian's trio swiftly followed, splitting into 3 directions. Gillian absorbed attacks and drew the monsters' attention. Meanwhile, Chow disrupted their ranks. With his combat prowess, his strikes were lightning fast, each move lethal, but the sheer number of monsters left openings. That's where Belinda came in. Whenever a teammate was in danger, she provided immediate support. After attacking with her throwing knives, Belinda shouted, "Young master." Instantly, Ghislain charged like the wind, wiping out the monsters in his path. This was the elite force of Perdian he had built. In the sky above the beastly forest, flashes of green and white light flickered constantly. The mercenaries below attacked relentlessly. Under their fierce assault, many monsters fell, but their numbers were overwhelming, and the mercenaries, drenched in sweat, cried out in panic, "Why are there so many? When will the strike team arrive?" In their moment of distraction, the monsters bared their fangs and claws, lunging at them, filling them with terror. At that moment, a sharp sword struck. It was Ghislain's team. Having cleared their side, they rushed to assist. After eliminating the attacking monsters, Ghislain glanced at the group and said, "Thank you for holding strong." Seeing him, Gordon's group cheered, "The boss is here. We're saved." Gordon quickly regained his vigor and ordered, "Expand the formation. Surround them from all sides. Now we counterattack." Sensing the tide turning, the monsters stopped attacking and turned to flee. Ghislain frowned. "They're retreating before we could encircle them. The pan are sharp." Thinking quickly, he glanced at Belinda and ordered, "Find their leader. It has horns on its head and is signaling the retreat." Chow, behind him, hesitated. "If they retreat, isn't that good?" Ghislain replied calmly, "They're obsessive about their prey. Even if they retreat now, they'll stalk us for days and nights until they finish us. We don't have time to deal with them again. To avoid losses, we must prevent their leader from reorganizing them. We have to take it down here." Hearing this, Belinda was surprised. She noticed how much he'd changed. Resolute, she said, "Understood." With that, she threw a grappling hook onto a nearby branch and shot forward like the wind, charging alone into the monster horde. Soon, she spotted a horned creature. Without hesitation, she swung her hook, successfully ensnaring the leader. Glancing back, she shouted, "Young master, I've got it." Hearing this, Ghislain surged forward. He snorted coldly, "So it's you." Leaping into the fray, he slashed at the leader without hesitation. Blood sprayed like rain, but it wasn't dead yet. Unfazed, Ghislain struck again. This time, he didn't miss, severing the leader's head. The sight threw the surrounding monsters into disarray, halting their attacks. Ghislain shouted, "The leader's dead. Kill them all. Don't let any escape." With his command, the mercenaries' morale soared, and they charged without hesitation, no longer fearing the monsters. Chow, caught up in the heat, yelled, "Troops, don't lose to that old man." Gillian sighed helplessly. "Quite the mood, isn't he?" Thus, Ghislain's forces began massacring the monsters. The battle raged until dawn. Only when Ghislain felled the last one did it end. Monster corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Ghislain looked at his team, smiling sincerely. "Well done, everyone. We've won." His words sparked roaring cheers. How could we not be thrilled? We won, and we're alive. Belinda, concerned, asked, "Young master, are you hurt?" Ghislain shook his head with a smile. I'm fine. You all worked hard. Then he ordered, Belinda, confirm the head count immediately. Chow, bring the Cerberus team here. Gillian and I will dispose of the pan corpses around the camp. Chow frowned, asking, dispose of them? What's the point? Ghislain replied calmly. The stench will deter other monsters. The pan are among the strongest at the forest's entrance. Gillian added, the camp will be safer, kid. This irritated Chow, who snapped. What's that, old man? Want to settle this now? Ghislain, watching the exchange, thought wearily. I'm too used to their bickering. It's fine. They had been in the beastly forest for about 10 days. Eliminating the pan cleared the major threats on their path, leaving only the runestone mine to exploit. The sun would rise after the darkness, and everything would conclude. Ghislain was certain of it. Soon, Belinda returned, reporting, I've confirmed. The Cerberus team still has 41 members, and 126 contract mercenaries remain. Ghislain frowned. No casualties in Cerberus? Chow boasted proudly. Of course. Who's the captain here? Gillian gave him a disdainful look. Ghislain ignored it and asked, 3 contract mercenaries died, correct? Belinda nodded. The issue is we can't find their bodies, so we can't confirm their identities. Suddenly, Gordon asked suspiciously, speaking of which, where's Manus? Torrance sighed. With his personality, he probably slipped away. As they suspected, Manus had fled with 2 others earlier. They felt lucky to have escaped before the battle. Manus, leading the way, warned, talk less. While the monsters are distracted, we need to get out of here fast. But then, the 2 behind him stopped. Annoyed, Manus shouted, didn't you hear me? Move. One of them, trembling, pointed behind, his face gripped by fear. Manus turned and saw glowing red eyes approaching. He muttered in terror, what the hell is that? Before them now was a colossal serpent, which in an instant killed all 3 of Manus's group. Its glowing red eyes were terrifying. On the other side, Ghislain's group, unaware of this, continued clearing the path, felling trees. They worked tirelessly, sawing trees and loading them onto carts, as if determined to tame the entire forest. Chow, watching them, couldn't help but remark, now they're working efficiently without being told. I've never seen those lazy mercenaries so disciplined before. As he said, not only the Cerberus mercenaries were diligent, but even the hired hands were proactive. Gillian glanced at Chow, smirking, unlike a certain someone. Chow flinched, finding the jab reasonable and, unusually, not arguing back. Changing the subject, he said, these guys, will they all disband after this expedition? Seems a waste to use them just once. Ghislain overheard and responded, don't worry. I plan to hire them all as my personal forces. People say mercenaries lack organization and can't match regular armies in group combat. But their experience here has surpassed those limits. They'll be a solid foundation for expanding our influence. At that moment, Gazel approached from afar, reporting, Captain, we've scattered the corpses around the cleared area, as ordered. Chow nodded. Good work. He glanced at Ghislain, grinning. As you said, it's worked wonders. No monsters from the camp to here, not even a stray one, when normally we'd see at least one. His crow's mouth jinxed it. There was indeed a monster deep in the forest they didn't know about. Ghislain felt a bad premonition, hoping it was just paranoia. Just then, Belinda returned from scouting. Ghislain looked at her and asked, what's up? Anything ahead? Belinda nodded, her expression hard to read. Seeing her reaction, Ghislain's heart sank. He shouted to the group, from now on, clear the path at full speed. The destination is right ahead. They pressed deeper into the forest until they saw a light and stopped. When the sight before them emerged, everyone's faces filled with shock, except for Ghislain, who smiled with satisfaction. Gordon's group exclaimed in disbelief, no way is this? Ghislain raised an eyebrow, grinning. This is why we embarked on this expedition, a top-grade runestone vein. Chow, still reeling, stammered. Is something this valuable really in the forest? Gillian, calm, said, I told you he's got far-reaching vision. Belinda, thrilled for their finances, hugged Ghislain tightly, exclaiming, young master, how did you know about this? They were nearing the runestone vein, something most would never touch in their lifetime. Now it lay before them in abundance. If they mined at all, they'd be filthy rich. But at that moment, a voice rang out. No, you're not going anywhere. Gislin's eyes sharpened, scanning for the source. A figure, neither fully human nor monster, approached slowly, muttering mechanically. It's all over. The mercenaries recognized it as Manus. But as he spoke, he collapsed, dust scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Gordon and Torin rushed forward, only to be stopped by Gislin's sword. He ordered coldly, fall back. Then he charged forward, slashing with a mana-infused strike that cleared the dust. But what emerged horrified them more. Piles of white skeletons lay there, some with fresh blood. The mercenaries panicked. What's with all these corpses? What happened here? Not only were there monster remains, but human ones too. The three behind Gislin stayed calmer, weapons ready. Gislin explained slowly. We can't just mine the runestone peacefully. This is likely the lair of a high-tier monster. The fresh corpses mean they weren't left long ago. Toxic gas from the remains mixed with the fog, so we didn't notice earlier. The records never mentioned any specific dangers near the vein. Caught off guard, Gislin had no choice but to adapt. He shouted, Everyone, get into battle positions. Sure enough, as he spoke, a giant serpent appeared. Its massive, slime-dripping mouth lunged at them. Gislin didn't hesitate, charging with his sword, scatter. The group quickly split into three directions. Gislin faced the beast alone in close combat, channeling mana into his sword for a massive slash. But it barely scratched the creature. Undeterred, he aimed for its glowing red eyes. Though fast, the serpent was faster, dodging his strike. Still, his blade grazed it. Gillian frowned, incredulous. Even with mana, it only left scratches? Chow, equally shocked, said, What are those scales made of? In the fray, the serpent's massive tail attacked Gislin. He dodged, slashing furiously at its head. Green slime oozed out, and Gislin frowned. That's poison. Don't let it touch you. He dodged again, but the serpent was relentless. Gislin spun, slashing its tail, but it took no significant damage. Worse, its tail slammed down, pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Belinda screamed, Young master. The serpent's massive body then targeted the others. They retreated in panic, with Gordon shouting, Careful, don't get caught. But no matter how they dodged, the serpent closed in, causing them to cry out. What kind of monstrous snake is this? It's going to crush us. Just as they faced being crushed, Gillian rushed in, hoisting two men over his shoulders like sacks and running. Belinda, using her grappling hook, pulled several mercenaries to safety. Chow directed others to flee, but some couldn't be saved. Crushed, their desperate cries echoed. Gislin, pinned under the tail, heard it all. Seeing it firsthand, he felt helpless. This monster was the true master of the runestone vein, a blood-footed beast, one deemed unhuntable in the expedition's plans. It usually dwelled deep in the forest, yet here it was. The odds of victory were slim, and retreating was an option. But hesitation wasn't. If he gave up now, everything he'd done would be for nothing. His eyes hardened with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Don't block my path, you wretched beast. I carry too much weight for this mission. With that, Gislin unleashed his mana core. The sword in Gislin's hand began to glow with a massive surge of mana. Without hesitation, he charged again, slashing furiously at the serpent. He carved a deep gash into its head. This time, powered by his mana core, the wound was far deeper, and blood began to pour out. But it wasn't a decisive blow. The serpent lashed its tail at Gislin. Caught off guard, he raised his sword to block, but the beast's immense weight pushed him down, his right leg buckling under the pressure. The serpent didn't relent, opening its massive jaws toward him. Gislin didn't dare falter, striking back. No matter how slim the odds, some battles couldn't be avoided. This was his moment to fulfill his duty. The onlookers, seeing him charge recklessly, were alarmed, but Gislin paid no mind. He slashed at the serpent's head again, blood gushing forth. Leaping down from above, he exhaled, narrowing his eyes at the beast with malice. Yet the blood serpent showed no sign of collapsing. Sustaining the third mana core for too long was dangerous. Gislin would exhaust himself before killing it. As he wavered, Belinda's group rushed to him, worried. She asked urgently, Young master, are you okay? Gislin shook his head, confirming he was fine. Belinda suggested, Step back, young master. We'll hold it off. But Ghislain ordered. Everyone, retreat. The command stunned them. Gillian glanced at him, asking skeptically, what are you saying? Ghislain explained gravely. Even I can't guarantee everyone's safety against this massive beast. I can't lose you all here. Belinda, anxious, asked, what about you, young master? Ghislain replied calmly, I have to take it down here. Belinda's eyes widened in shock. What they'd accomplished was already miraculous. She couldn't fathom why he'd push further. At that moment, the blood serpent spat venom at them. Ghislain shouted, go now. But instead of retreating, they formed a defensive line, using shields to block the venom. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, puzzled by their actions. As if reading his thoughts, Gordon yelled, let us fight with you. Torin chimed in, I've never seen a leader like you. You've saved us countless times. Even Chow charged forward, sword in hand, exclaiming, kill this damn snake, and the treasure's ours. Belinda, of course, stayed. She said resolutely, I can't leave you alone. Even Gillian stood firm, blocking Ghislain's front and saying, I'll distract it to create an opening. At that moment, they were united, hoping Ghislain would trust them as they trusted him. His hesitation lasted only a moment. Just when Gillian's group thought he wouldn't respond, Ghislain spoke gravely about the blood serpent. Massive size, deadly venom, blood-red scales hard as steel. Even a mana-infused blade bounces off. One hit, and you're dead. Belinda's face paled. Ghislain continued, but its wounded right eye and open wounds are its weaknesses. With that, he raised his sword skyward and roared, Beastly Forest Expedition Team, we return together. His words sparked a unified shout from the mercenaries behind. Simultaneously, the blood serpent lunged with bared fangs and claws. Ghislain's vanguard, including his key members, charged together. With his earlier words guiding them, their coordination was seamless. Chow stabbed the serpent's eye, making it scream in pain as blood poured out. Gillian drew its attention, creating an opening for Ghislain to strike the other eye. Though he knew the future, not everything went as planned. But if he didn't act, many would die. The mercenaries trusted him in this crisis, and he wouldn't let them down. Ghislain charged at the serpent's head, striking without hesitation. He had to bring everyone back. He alone knew Perdian's future. Instantly, the serpent's massive head was pinned to the ground. The onlookers steadied themselves. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain kept stabbing, carving a long gash down its head. The serpent's skull was split in two. Belinda's trio cheered, beaming. This was their leader, Perdian's future. With the blood serpent defeated, the runestone vein was theirs. Meanwhile, at Perdian's castle, the Earl's men learned of Ghislain's actions. They were furious. Albert, tearing at his hair, ranted, This is a grave offense, defying the Lord and charging into the beastly forest. Homerun, beside him, urged, Calm down, Albert. But how could Albert stay calm? He shouted, You know the young master's stubborn streak. Off on this long expedition, he thinks he's the Lord now. Homerun sighed helplessly. It's too late to say anything. He's been in the forest for half a month. If Scoven hadn't falsified reports, they could have stopped him sooner. Homerun couldn't fathom why Scovan supported Ghislain. It could cost him his knighthood. The two argued before Swunter, who felt equally powerless, unsure how to handle Ghislain. As they spoke, Randon burst in, urgently reporting, My lord, big news. Come quickly. Swunter asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Randon said hastily, Young Master Ghislain has returned. The room froze in shock. Outside Perdian's castle, Ghislain had indeed returned, stepping forward slowly, one deliberate step at a time. Moments later, inside the castle, Ghislain sat across from Earl Walter's men. 6 pairs of resentful eyes glared at him. Walter, somewhat helpless, was unsure how to proceed. Ignoring their stares, Ghislain calmly said, I've returned, father. Walter hesitated briefly before speaking sternly. I made it clear that exploring the beastly forest was forbidden, didn't I? Ghislain lowered his eyes, replying, I'm sorry, but it was something I had to do. Homerun frowned, skeptical. Had to do. Randon snapped angrily. Are you saying it was worth defying orders? Entering the beastly forest is a grave crime. Not to mention your life. Monsters could flood the territory. Ghislain sighed helplessly. But as you can see, I'm alive, and no monsters have invaded. His words stunned them. Randon, even angrier, demanded, "What gives you the right to talk back?" Before he could continue, Albert interrupted. "Do you find this amusing, young master? You claim the forest incident caused no consequences, so we should overlook it." Pausing, he added gravely, "But for this, you have no excuse, do you?" He placed a document on the table. Ghislain picked it up, frowning as he muttered, "Earl Rayfold." Albert nodded. "When you claimed to have visited Rayfold without notice, I had a bad feeling. You coerced Lady Amelia to seize 20,000 gold from the territory's aid funds meant for Perdian. Because of your actions, Earl Rayfold, furious, has cut all aid and voided all agreements. This could shake the entire territory." Ghislain didn't respond, studying the document's handwriting. It was indeed from Earl Rayfold, who had a strained relationship with Amelia, not a forgery. Exploiting Rayfold's affection could silence him, but this likely went beyond mere assassins. If things had escalated this far, the leverage Ghislain held was useless. Whether collapse or survival, it would all be excuses to hide the truth. A moment's delay, and he'd have been trapped in the territory. Tom wasn't on his side. Seeing his silence, Albert pressed. "Young master, have anything to say?" Home Run suggested. "First, return the 20,000 gold urgently." Randon, clutching his head, sighed. That sum could sustain the night order for a long time. But before he finished, Ghislain said coolly, "It's gone. I used it all to explore the forest." His words silenced the room. Albert, recovering, broke the stillness. "You threw all that money into a monster-infested forest?" Ghislain didn't deny it, saying helplessly, "I'm sorry. Regarding Rayfold, I have nothing to say." As he spoke, Randon grabbed his collar, roaring, "You damned fool. An heir destroying the territory's future." Home Run chimed in. "Ghislain Perdian, you're no longer the young master, but a criminal. Bind his hands and feet, and throw him in the dungeon." Ghislain ignored them, saying coldly, "From now on, I'll provide the aid funds, including the 20,000 gold." Walter, breaking his silence, asked gravely, "What did you say?" Ghislain, unhurried, glanced at the door and called for Belinda. She entered swiftly, placing a small box on the table. Ghislain said calmly, "If I just wanted to go in and out, I wouldn't have bothered exploring." As he spoke, Belinda opened the box, revealing a dazzling light. Ghislain introduced, "This is top-grade runestone." The room erupted, everyone standing. Home Run touched it, exclaiming, "This treasure, where did you get it? Did you trade the 20,000 gold for it?" Ghislain replied, "I mined it from the forest." Albert, after inspecting it, said, "If this is real runestone, it's valuable, but this amount alone can't sustain the territory. Not enough, right?" Ghislain smiled cryptically, adding casually, "This is just a sample for reference." What he brought back was a massive haul of runestone. When Walter's group descended from the castle, they saw mercenaries tirelessly transporting it, leaving them stunned. Home Run, sweating, muttered, "This much in just half a month?" Randon, trembling, asked, "Home Run, am I seeing things?" Walter, still skeptical, looked at Belinda, asking, "Is this all from the expedition?" Belinda replied calmly, "Yes, my lord. The young master directly oversaw the collection. Besides runestone, we have dais resin, blood serpent relics, and more. This is only a fraction of the vein's yield." Ghislain addressed them. "I explored for the territory's benefit. Naturally, it's for Perdian's use, right?" Albert, after calculating, reported shakily, "My lord, based on preliminary estimates, this could end our funding woes." Home Run and Randon instantly changed their tune, massaging Ghislain's shoulders and fawning. "You're remarkable, young master. You must be exhausted from the expedition. Any requests? With this wealth, anything's possible." Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain said, "There are conditions for this aid." Randon frowned. "What conditions?" Ghislain nodded. "First, release Scovan and Ricardo. They only followed my orders. Second, keep the forest off limits to civilians. Rumors could cause losses." Both fell silent. After a moment, Home Run said, "Those aren't unreasonable." Ghislain smiled, continuing, "Finally, I'll directly manage all repair forces, including mercenaries. Interference during troop deployments wastes time." Home Run exclaimed, "A private army?" Unacceptable. Who knows what you'll do? Albert coughed. Explain yourself. You're begging forgiveness. Yet it sounds like you want unchecked power. Ghislain looked at him calmly. You misunderstand, Finance Manager Albert. These are necessary conditions to replace Rayfold's aid. If petty issues stall progress, Perdian's finances will suffer. Albert, unsure how to respond, looked to Walter for help. Say something. Isn't he trading the territory's future? Walter remained silent. Then, a shout startled them. Gillian approached with mercenaries. Ghislain nodded. Good work, everyone. Gillian reported. Loading the runestone onto carts is nearly done. We're ready to move on your order. Chow added. But you instructed to preserve the dais resin without anti-decay treatment. What about the blood serpent's body? Ghislain said slowly. Dissect it immediately. Separate the venom, blood, flesh, and hide, ensuring nothing spoils. Following his orders, they dispersed. Walter, observing, looked at Gordon, trembling as he said, My lord, these mercenaries' presence is extraordinary. How did Ghislain gather such strength? Walter fell silent. They were like an elite army. After giving orders, Ghislain turned to the group. Walter finally spoke. You've put in immense effort. Ghislain bowed. Not at all, father. Without their help, this expedition would have been grueling. Walter studied him, then said reluctantly, Fine, return home. He led his men into the castle, ignoring their protests, leaving Ghislain with, I'll let this slide, but defy me again, and be prepared. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, saying gratefully, Thank you. Smiling faintly, Walter didn't turn, saying, As the heir to lead this territory, you've got the air of a northern wolf. Ghislain watched him, silently repeating, Northern Wolf, the title of Earl Perdian, guardian of Latania's frontier. A solitary man with a weak army, dwindling finances, and poverty, Walter fought tirelessly at the frozen northern border, dedicating his life to a territory without his wife, daughter, or even son. The price was a tragic, forgotten death. As Ghislain reflected, Chow sighed. Finally, some relief. Belinda, hesitant, asked, Young master, will you return to the city now? Ghislain shook his head. Not yet. Be ready to move anytime. Stunned, Belinda asked, No rest. Gillian urged, You've pushed too hard. Your body hasn't fully recovered. Belinda added gravely, Surviving inside the blood serpent, covered in venom, was a miracle. Do you know how hard it was to detoxify you? Before she finished, Ghislain placed a hand on her shoulder, murmuring sincerely, Thanks to you. Her trio froze at his words. Ghislain turned to leave. News of their runestone would spread, reaching the ears of forces targeting Perdian. He had to expand his influence quickly to deter them. As he thought this, his body finally gave out, collapsing, startling those behind him. Meanwhile, in a castle far from Perdian, a man sat on a high throne shrouded in darkness. A pigeon carrying a letter landed on his hand, and he promptly opened it. The message was clear, confirmation of the beastly forest's partial reclamation, the start of a territorial war, and the destruction of Perdian. Reading this, he smirked, the downfall of Perdian. He then relayed the plan to those below. They immediately began whispering among themselves. After a moment, the man spoke gravely. How many remain in Perdian? A subordinate answered, 2 guards and 1 knight. The man nodded. Send the 2 guards to Deegan's territory. The death of Deegan's missing heir in Perdian is a perfect pretext for war. He appointed Victor to lead the operation. Hearing the name, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Using Desmond's strongest card so soon? If Frank had done his job, Perdian would have collapsed already. As they debated, another spoke. My lord, Victor will surely succeed. But revealing our trump card now, isn't it premature? This move seems rushed. The man replied calmly. Because of the beastly forest, all decisions align with Duke Delphine's will. He forbade further questions, adding, Prepare for war. The man giving orders was Earl Desmond, Hero Desmond. He frowned at those below, asking, Does anyone else know of this situation? Elsewhere, in Rayfold's castle, Amelia wept angrily in Bernafa's arms. Bernaf stood still, letting her cling to him. Gripping his collar, Amelia gritted her teeth. That bastard Ghislain used my 20,000 gold to mine runestone. Even sending the Claw Guild couldn't kill him. I even begged my wretched father to punish him, making me look like a fool. Bernaf hesitated before saying, "That's unlike you, my lady." Amelia took a deep breath, suppressing her rage. "You're right. I let emotions take over. What's done is done." Her eyes turned vicious. Bernaf, understanding her intent, said gravely, "Give me your orders, my lady." Amelia pointed to a map. They found the runestone vein. Perdian will soon escape its financial woes. Bernaf nodded. They must be celebrating. Snorting, Amelia said, "It may look that way, but they haven't sold the stones yet. My latest intel says Ghislain found the vein just 2 days ago. Not enough time to establish a supply chain. We'll exploit that weakness." She knew exactly where Ghislain planned to sell. Bernaf, surprised, asked, "You want to act before they sell the runestone?" Amelia replied coolly, "There's only one buyer in the north. The Crimson Tower, ruled by the seven-ringed Archmage. Runestone is vital for magical research, and towers prioritize securing it. Order the Claw Guild to ambush the main route to the tower. Target not Ghislain, but the stone transporters. Disrupt their delivery and steal the stones in the chaos." Bernaf frowned, hesitating. "But there's also the Scarlet Flame Tower in Bryvant's territory. Are you sure they'll focus on the Crimson Tower?" Amelia said firmly, "In the past, maybe, but things have changed. The Scarlet Flame Tower lost its standing long ago. Greedy Ghislain won't go there. The Crimson Tower pays more. This time, I'll take everything from him." Back at Perdian's castle, Ghislain had been bedridden since returning. When he entered the blood serpent's mouth, it was preparing to digest him. Before passing through its throat, venom dissolved prey for easier digestion. Mana from his core burned the venom on contact, preventing it from entering his body. But the toxic gas produced created a deadly environment for breathing. Most prey would lose consciousness or die. Ghislain had gritted his teeth to endure. Losing awareness would have ended everything. That battle was critical. His future hinged on it. If he couldn't resist the venom, he'd become prey for other beasts. The venom entered his body, but he absorbed it into his mana core, neutralizing it with intense mana control, a skill only masters could achieve. He used it as a magical shield to counter the mana surge. Ghislain awoke from a nightmare, exhaling in relief, feeling better. Sitting up, he rubbed his throbbing forehead. He couldn't recall what happened after, only his father's forgiveness. Before he could think further, he noticed Elena beside his bed. Seeing him awake, she hugged him tightly, sobbing. "You're awake after 2 days. You left without a word and collapsed upon returning. I'm so glad you're okay." Ghislain, dazed by her embrace, was pushed away before he could feel touched. Elena ran out, shouting, "Belinda, he's awake." Ghislain frowned, realizing her words. He'd slept for 2 days. After escaping the serpent, he'd only received first aid from Belinda and kept fighting. He endured until the runestone was transported and sold, but his body gave out. Yet, considering his recklessness, his condition was surprisingly good. 2 days' sleep wasn't enough for such injuries. Something fell off, so he removed his bandages. As expected, his recovery had improved. His mana quality had somehow increased, its very nature altered. Frowning, he muttered, "Did the blood serpent's power merge with me while neutralizing the venom in my core?" In his past life, he never knew he could grow stronger this way. It wasn't planned for the forest conquest, but the risk had paid off. He needed tests, but if this method worked, he could become exponentially stronger. Ghislain approached his wardrobe, dressing while thinking. Selling the runestone quickly was the priority. 2 days had passed. Everyone who needed to know already did. He had to rally the mercenaries immediately. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Frowning, he said, "Belinda, no need to knock." The door opened, revealing Belinda, and unexpectedly, Earl Walter. Walter glanced at him, asking, "You're awake?" Ghislain, stunned, hadn't expected him. Walter continued, "Belinda told me you fought inside the blood serpent and were poisoned. Are you all right?" Ghislain nodded. "Yes, father. As you can see, I'm fine." Relieved, Walter said, "Good." Belinda rushed to him, worried. "You collapsed suddenly. Do you know how scared I was? Are you really okay?" Ghislain sighed helplessly. "I'm fine." Walter called him again. Ghislain looked up, puzzled, as Walter said seriously, "Can we talk privately? I have a request." Ghislain frowned, muttering, "A request?" Moments later, The two stood in the training yard. As Ghislain walked, he reflected that this was his first time alone with his father. In his past life, fear of punishment kept him dodging Walter. Feeling guilty, he said, "Sorry for dragging me out here right after waking." Shaking his head, Ghislain replied, "It's fine. Thanks to 2 days of deep sleep, I'm much refreshed." "So, what did you want to discuss, father?" Walter didn't answer immediately, his eyes narrowing with a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Ghislain felt puzzled. "When you were young, your mother told me something." "Is this what she meant?" she had said. "She said your father struggles to express his feelings." As a child, Ghislain didn't grasp her words. She patiently explained that he must be a steadfast pillar for the territory's people, always prioritizing others, never revealing his heart except when he confessed to her. Though rigid, she hoped Ghislain would forgive him. Walter wasn't good at showing emotions. Back in the present, Walter picked up a sword, saying calmly, "Take your sword." Ghislain nodded. "Yes, father." He grabbed a sword, facing him. Without another word, Walter charged. The clash of blades echoed through the yard. They exchanged several moves, Ghislain focusing on defense, unable to attack. After a while, they parted. Ghislain frowned. Walter's sword was heavy, carrying the strength to subdue northern beasts yet a gentleness to protect. As he pondered, Walter attacked again, his strikes fiercer. Ghislain didn't dare slack, parrying but also finding an opening in Walter's swordplay to counterattack. This surprised Walter, though he blocked it effortlessly. Father and son fought like battlefield enemies, their moves fierce. After a few more exchanges, they stopped. Ghislain's sword tip pointed at Walter, stopping meters from his throat. Walter's face grew pensive. After a long pause, he sheathed his sword, praising, "Your skills have improved greatly." Ghislain sheathed his, smiling humbly. "Thank you, father." But then Walter's low voice warned, "During combat, ease the pressure on your sword. You have the strength and reflexes to fell giants, but carelessness lets opponents read your intent." Ghislain frowned reflexively. Was that true? In fights, he often sensed opponents' moves. But this might be the first time someone taught him. His swordsmanship was honed through combat and instinct, not formal training, so he'd missed such nuances. Walter pinpointed his flaws, helping him see them. Ghislain had always believed he could only rely on himself, grappling alone. But accepting guidance wasn't bad. "Grateful," he said. "Thank you for the lesson, father." Walter narrowed his eyes, hesitating before speaking gravely. "I plan to punish you. Despite your achievements, breaking rules is undeniable. If everyone thinks merit excuses discipline, chaos awaits." Ghislain listened silently. Seeing no response, Walter sighed. "But you've changed. You're not the reckless troublemaker seeking glory." He sensed Ghislain aimed for a higher ideal, urging him to keep Perdian and its people first, bearing the heir's responsibility. Ghislain was stunned. The word responsibility carried weight. Suddenly recalling something, he called out, "Speaking of which, you mentioned a request, didn't you? You haven't said what it is." Walter's steps halted. Glancing at him, he hesitated before saying awkwardly, "Do you have some money?" Days later, at the mercenary camp in the beastly forest, Ghislain arrived. Seeing him, everyone stood at attention, saluting with utmost respect. Smiling with satisfaction, he asked cheerfully, "Everyone doing all right?" They replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Chow approached, teasing, "You look better than before." Gillian asked with concern, "How's your health?" Ghislain shook his head. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. How's the little one?" Gillian's face softened at the mention of his daughter. Bowing respectfully, he said gratefully, "I never thought I'd see her walk again. All thanks to you, young master." Ghislain waved it off, then looked at the trio, saying, "I have something to discuss." He revealed Perdian's danger. Their faces paled. Leading them into a tent, he recounted the attack on Elena, how he thwarted a plot to kill her as a pretext for war, the discovery of Deegan's heir's body, and a hidden force targeting Perdian. His tone grew serious. "Someone's watching us, likely operating within the territory for a long time. We lack the time and resources to prepare for an attack." Belinda sighed helplessly. "Now I understand why you're so rushed. We secured the runestone vein, thinking we'd have time to rest." Gillian added gravely, "As you say, Perdian's an easy target, a weak, poor territory now with a valuable runestone vein. Ghislain nodded. Exactly. They won't let our land be. Belinda exclaimed. If it's this serious, why not report it to the family and Lord sooner? Not yet. Ghislain shook his head. Even Elena's guard betrayed us. We can't distinguish friend from foe, so only we should know for now. Belinda hesitated, but Ghislain continued. Elena's survival disrupted their plans, buying us time. But with the runestone exposed, they have no reason to delay. He warned of the grueling battle ahead. Silence fell. Chow broke it, saying, Fine, give me orders. Honestly, being with you is exciting. Gillian added, My life's yours. I'll follow you to the end. Belinda said firmly, Who else would protect you if not me? Ghislain smiled, satisfied. Perdian's greatest enemies were Duke Delphine, Earl Desmond, and Amelia. He wouldn't let them act freely. Thinking this, he said gravely, We're heading to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Chow grinned. Finally selling those stones. Belinda, cautious, asked, Why not the closer Crimson Tower? They pay better. Ghislain explained calmly. The Scarlet Flame Tower avoids unnecessary trouble. Gillian understood, nodding. Indeed, transporting high-value goods like runestone attracts uninvited guests. Staying one step ahead was wise. There was another reason. Since the Crimson Tower's master, the seven-ringed Archmage, gained fame, the Scarlet Flame Tower had declined. Restoring its former glory was no easy task. Yet Ghislain chose it because someone there was crucial to meet. Elsewhere, at the Scarlet Flame Tower, a girl sat in a vast library, buried in books, her face unhappy. She muttered, Master Ronaldo, when will the light you spoke of appear? After days of travel, Ghislain's group finally reached the Scarlet Flame Tower. Looking up at the towering structure, Gordon couldn't help but gape in awe. Chow, overhearing, nodded, and Torin chimed in. I've heard of its fame for so long, but never thought I'd set foot here. He scanned the bustling life around them, grinning. Just look at how they live, so different from Perdian. His gaze shifted to stacks of magical scrolls. So this is where they make those spell scrolls. They then noticed a group of mages working by the roadside. Curious, the group watched like country folk in a city. Sensing their stares, the mages stopped abruptly and cast a spell in unison. Vanish. They disappeared on the spot. The mercenaries, seeing this for the first time, were stunned. Unable to hold back a laugh at their dumbfounded faces, Ghislain explained. It's an invisibility spell. Seems they don't want us watching. Chow grumbled. Those idiots, acting like we're some backwater bumpkins. Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tower, Belinda said warily, Even if it's not the top tower anymore, it's still a mage tower. Gillian added, After all, Brivant is one of the kingdom's wealthiest territories. Ghislain gazed at the tower, lost in thought. It looked impressive, but who'd believe a tower at its peak was on the verge of decline? Halting his horse, he said, All right, we're here. Chow, with his usual gruffness, muttered, Looking up this close hurts my neck. Belinda added, It's so massive, it'd take forever just to reach the main gate. Where's the gatekeeper? And why are those suits of armor scattered around? As they stood confused, a voice boomed from the tower's upper levels. Halt. Following the shout, the scattered armor at the gate began to move, assembling into a complete knight in an instant. Two similar armored figures blocked their path with weapons. The voice from above warned, Not just anyone can enter the Scarlet Flame Tower. One of the mages demanded haughtily, State your names and purpose. Amazed by the animated armor, Belinda asked curiously, What's that? Are those suits like puppets? Chow, less amused, snorted, They don't even bother coming down. Typical mage tower gatekeepers. Gillian, ever professional, introduced, This is Ghislain Perdian, heir of the Perdian family. Cutting to their purpose, he added, Summon the trade overseer. We have something valuable. But before he could finish, the mage interrupted arrogantly, We're not buying. Caught off guard by the dismissal, Belinda snapped, Wait, you're rejecting us without even looking? The mage sneered, Isn't Perdian just a beggar's territory in the north? All you've got is junk and cheap potions. Trading with you is a waste of time, scram. As he spoke, the armored figures pointed their weapons at them. Belinda, furious, shouted, Who do you think you are, calling us beggars? Come down here. Gillian asked calmly, What should we do, young master? Ghislain didn't rush to answer, silently studying Gillian. After a moment, he said gravely, "You really don't want it?" His words startled the mages. Ignoring their reaction, Ghislain held up a runestone, saying coldly, "As mages, you should know what this is." Impatient, the mage glanced dismissively, muttering, "What?" But upon seeing the stone clearly, their attitudes flipped entirely. Their eyes lit up, hearts racing, as they noticed the long line of carts below. Could all that cargo be runestone? Smirking at their reaction, Ghislain asked, "So, want to buy or not?" Soon after, inside the Scarlet Flame Tower, having shown his goods, Ghislain was ushered in and greeted. A man bowed respectfully, saying, "We failed to recognize such an honored guest. I'm Sylvain, trade overseer of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Whatever you need, just tell me." Ignoring his forced politeness, Ghislain said coolly, "You've seen it. Large quantities. I need someone who can handle the entire deal. I want to meet the Tower Master directly." Hearing Ghislain's demand, Sylvain paled, terrified of further mistakes. "Yes, I'll inform the Tower Master at once. Please wait." He turned to a mage, ordering, "Escort them to the guest reception room." The mage complied promptly. Belinda, holding a grudge, scoffed, "Should have been like this from the start. How dare they insult our territory?" Suddenly, a commotion echoed through the tower. Ghislain asked suspiciously, "What's that?" The mage shook his head. "No need to worry, my lord. Just noise from magical research." Ghislain frowned, sensing it might be what he was seeking. At the same time, in the research room, smoke filled the air. A group entered, led by a man who sneered at a girl on the floor. "I told you, don't ever think about using the research room." As she trembled, trying to respond, he laughed arrogantly. "You can't even use magic, yet you hog the lab." Defying Alfal, the third-rank master heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower, his lackeys joined in. "Can't believe the professor took you as a student. You should be grateful the Tower Master let you in." The girl bit her lip, exhaling, then said hesitantly, "I have the right to use the lab too. I'm a mage." Alfal's eyes darkened, sneering, "Oh, fine, I'll treat you as one." Her face lit up, surprised. But with his vile nature, Alfal wouldn't let it slide. He said coldly, "Then you should be able to block a basic attack with a defense spell. Stop this." Fireballs appeared in his hand, a first-rank fireball spell. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Recognizing the spell, she raised her hand, trying to cast a defensive spell, but failed. She could only brace for impact. At the critical moment, a figure intervened, Ghislain. He deftly slashed the fireballs away with his sword. The scene stunned Alfal's group and the girl, who didn't know him. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain said coldly, "Magical research, huh? This is what you learn at the Scarlet Flame Tower." Elsewhere, in the Tower Master's meeting room, Hubert sat on a high chair, fuming. "We're out of runestone again? How did it come to this?" Others chimed in anxiously. "At this rate, the gap with the Crimson Tower will only widen." Hubert, ignoring them, pointed and shouted, "I told you to stockpile runestone. What have the elders been doing?" They sighed helplessly. Every time they planned to store it, urgent needs arose, delaying it. Instead, they wasted time socializing with nobles, buying jewelry and rare items. A bold elder spoke. "Runestone aside, the Crimson Tower's master is the seven-ringed archmage, while our tower master is only 6th rank." Furious, Hubert roared, "Don't mention that bastard. With runestone, I'd reach 7th rank in no time." Unconvinced, the elder pressed, "Without runestone, we can't even train. What's your plan?" Growing angrier, Hubert snapped, "Damn that seven-ringed archmage. How did that smug bastard surpass me to reach 7th rank? Did he buy up all the runestone? What's so special about those stones?" Before he could finish, Sylvain burst in, panting, "Tower Master, urgent news." Irritated at the interruption, Hubert barked, "How dare you barge in? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who gave you the nerve?" Sylvain hurriedly explained, "Apologies, but you must come now. A massive shipment of runestone has arrived." The word struck like a thunderbolt. Hubert and the elders fell silent, unable to believe their ears. Meanwhile, back in the research room, the clash between Ghislain and Alfal intensified. Ghislain eyed the fireballs hurtling toward him with disdain. With a casual swing of his sword, he swatted them away like flies. They couldn't touch him. Unwilling to yield, Alfal launched a larger fireball. Unfazed, Ghislain gripped his sword tightly and, without hesitation, sliced it in half. The sight shocked everyone. They'd never seen anything like it. Even Alfal couldn't believe his eyes, muttering through gritted teeth. How did he cut through magic? Who the hell is he? As Alfal stood stunned, a rope suddenly appeared, binding him like a dried fish in an instant. Belinda stepped forward, saying coldly, "Daring to attack the young master?" Only when his skin twisted under the ropes did Alfal realize he'd provoked the wrong person, stammering, "Who are you people?" Before he could finish, a shout rang out, "Stop!" It was Hubert. Surveying the chaos, he demanded irritably, "What's this mess?" Behind him followed the elders. The girl on the floor, seeing him, called out shakily, "Tower Master." Ghislain glanced at Belinda, ordering her to release Alfal. She complied, freeing the wretch. The moment he was loose, Alfal played the victim, rushing to Hubert's arms, sobbing. Seeing his prized student bullied, Hubert asked worriedly, "Alfal, what happened?" Alfal, feigning grievance, whined, "Intruders. I was stopping Vanessa from using the lab when they attacked." His performance escalated, trembling as he added pitifully, "I only wanted to protect fragile Vanessa from getting hurt." His delicate act was almost feminine. Belinda scoffed, crying like a girl, pathetic enough to be ashamed. Alfal snapped, "I'm a man." Vanessa quietly explained, "I just wanted to use the lab." Ghislain, silent, observed her. His judgment was spot on. This was indeed Vanessa, the budding nightmare. He hadn't expected her to endure such dog-like treatment. Hubert, perhaps too old to discern right from wrong, scolded, "Not only did you trespass in the Scarlet Flame Tower, but you harmed my disciple. I'll burn you to ashes." Belinda, sensing trouble, asked warily, "Young master, what now? They seem dangerous." Ghislain didn't respond, calmly stepping toward Hubert. Placing a hand on his chest in a noble's salute, he said, "Forgive my late introduction. I'm Ghislain Perdian, heir of the Perdian territory, here to trade runestone." His words doused Hubert's anger. Alfal gasped, "Runestone? You." Ignoring him, Ghislain focused on Hubert. "My people are waiting outside. Care to meet them?" Without a second's delay, Hubert rushed down to the castle's base. Seeing the carts piled high with runestone like bulk goods, they couldn't believe their eyes. The elders muttered shakily, "Impossible. Where did he get so much runestone?" Hubert stood silently, but inwardly rejoiced. With this, he could crush the Crimson Tower. Still, to save face, he coughed, "Less than I expected. Quality's not great either." Chow, enraged, gritted his teeth. "He dares belittle what we worked so hard for." Vanessa, naive to Hubert's cunning, said innocently, "But isn't this a huge amount? One cart alone could last weeks." Caught off guard, Hubert shoved her, fuming, "Shut up. What do you know? Get out of my sight." Glaring at Vanessa, he sneered, "That damned Ronaldo left a mess. If you're useless, at least know your place." Ghislain watched, his expression unreadable. Hubert signaled an elder, asking, "Don't you agree?" The elders, sly as foxes, chimed in. "With this attitude, no wonder the Crimson Tower overshadows you." If not for his goal, Ghislain would have ensured their downfall. Belinda, unable to hold back, snapped, "What's that? Our young master slaved for these runestones, and you call them fake?" Still haggling, the elders retorted, "Your effort's not our concern. Too many scammers these days. Trusting a seller blindly is absurd." Tired of arguing with these old relics, Ghislain asked boredly, "So, you're not buying?" The elders were caught off guard. Before they could respond, Ghislain moved to leave. "They don't want the runestone. Let's go elsewhere." Panicking that he'd actually leave, Hubert blurted, "Wait." Signaling an elder, who nodded, the elder said, "To honor your effort bringing them here, we should buy, right? You've come far. Returning empty-handed wouldn't do. Let's save the Tower Master's face." Hubert nodded piously. "If the elders say so, I can't ignore them. With my great generosity, we'll buy all your runestone, but at a slightly lower price than the market." Before he finished, Ghislain cut in coldly. "There seems to be a misunderstanding." Glancing at Chow, he ordered, "Leave one cart and take the rest back." Chow, surprised but quick to catch on, saw Ghislain's sly smile. "We agreed to sell only one cart, right? Hubert's face darkened. Chow, grinning, said, "Right, I forgot." He ordered the mercenaries. "Move the carts." Hubert, frantic as if on hot coals, rushed to Ghislain. "What's this nonsense?" Ghislain chuckled. "Sorry, my men miscommunicated the quantity. Our destination is the Crimson Tower. We just need some travel funds." Hearing his rival's name, Hubert's face twisted as if he'd stepped in filth. His tone turned fawning. "Why so serious? I was just joking since it's our first meeting. Don't go. Let's talk upstairs." Ghislain snorted. "Your attitude." Gillian's trio, shocked, muttered. "What's he playing at?" Hubert, groveling, said, "You're bold. Since you came to us first, we'll buy at double the market price." "Fair enough." But Ghislain smirked. "Fine, we'll sell one card at double." He raised an eyebrow, his expression provocative. Hubert's group sweated. He stammered, "What? You should sell everything you brought." Shrugging casually, Ghislain said, "If word spreads we sold to you at double, the Crimson Tower might offer triple. Why sell all at just double?" Feeling toyed with, Hubert roared, "Triple? You're playing us." "I'm losing patience." But his bluster crumbled as Ghislain turned to leave with a curt goodbye, shattering his dignity. With no choice, as the one in need, Hubert stopped him. "I'll buy everything at triple." Getting the answer he wanted, Ghislain smiled smugly, returning to his seat. Flipping his tone, he said, "Now we understand each other. Truly, the Scarlet Flame Tower is the North's strongest." Learning from the earlier haggle, fearing Ghislain might back out, Hubert rushed, "Don't sit there. I'll prepare the payment now." A 6th-rank mage master, humiliated by a kid, he couldn't fathom it. Hubert swallowed his pride, but if Ghislain pushed further, he'd burn him to ash. Then Ghislain spoke. "Wait, I haven't finished my terms." Hubert exploded. "What now?" Ignoring his outburst, Ghislain said calmly, "Vanessa, hand her over to me." The room fell into an eerie silence. Hubert's face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain said seriously, "Yes, I want her as my personal mage." His mind drifted to memories of his past life. After a battle, as they rested by a fire, Ghislain sipped water and warned, "Hey, the meat's burning." His companion grumbled, "Why don't you cook it yourself? What's a one-armed guy supposed to do?" Hearing muttering, Ghislain snapped, "What?" The man shook his head. "Nothing." Then, as if recalling something, he grinned, changing the topic. "By the way, Captain Ghislain, ever heard of Blood Serpent Vanessa?" Ghislain, clueless, asked, "Blood Serpent?" The man explained, "Got some interesting intel recently. You know the mage who burned northern Latania to ashes? She reached 7-ringed archmage status." 7-ring. Sipping his water, Ghislain said coolly, 7-ringed and Blood Serpent sound impressive, but what's special about her?" Expecting that reaction, the man chuckled. "Rumor has it she's completely mad. A mage, but she trained in mana cultivation." Intrigued, Ghislain asked, "Why would a mage train mana?" The man laughed. "Probably because she's nuts. She burns and kills everywhere, bankrupting lords. That recent kill order was to take her out." Ghislain fell unusually silent, lost in thought. After a while, he said, "A mage reaching 7-ringed through mana cultivation instead of traditional magic?" Growing more fascinated by Vanessa's unique story, Ghislain smirked. "Claude, let's bring her in." Claude, stunned, blurted, "Huh. But that past life plan never came to fruition. Vanessa couldn't control her magic, and by the time they found her, she was nearly dead. Yet, despite her lack of control, she had the talent to reach 7-ringed. With a bit of guidance, she could shine." This time, Ghislain was determined to recruit her. Unable to guess his intentions, Gillian's trio speculated why he wanted Vanessa, even advising against it. Meanwhile, Hubert's group debated whether to hand her over. After discussion, Hubert smiled. "Indeed, Vanessa will serve the Scarlet Flame Tower." Before he finished, Ghislain added, "Also, we need combat mages of 3rd ring or higher sent to Perdian." Like a thunderclap, Hubert's rage flared, glaring at Ghislain. Unfazed, Ghislain pressed, "We need mages for territorial wars." The word war alone made the elders panic, asking, "Territorial wars?" Ghislain nodded. "Triple the market price, 3rd ring or higher mages to Perdian for a year, and Vanessa as my personal mage. These are the 3 conditions for the runestone." Gillian's trio grasped his plan, while Hubert's group was thrown into chaos. Hubert stayed silent, but soon his aura shifted. The castle's glass shattered, magical sparks flying. Ghislain glanced at him wordlessly. Hubert, however, sneered. You think I'm a fool? Scarlet Flame Tower, mages don't meddle in territorial wars. You don't just ignore kingdom laws. You want our core third-ring mages on a battlefield. It was an insult to the tower. Hubert vowed to reduce everything to ashes. Sensing danger, Gillian's trio drew weapons, ready to fight. Ghislain, calm, remained seated. Narrowing his eyes at Hubert, he said after a pause, "You'll regret this." Hubert flinched. Ghislain explained slowly, "We found a massive runestone vein in our territory, dozens of times larger than what we brought today." The shocking revelation made the elder's eyes widen. Ghislain smirked. "And this news is spread across the north. What does that mean?" Hubert asked, frowning. "It means many will hunt for this runestone." Ghislain replied, chuckling. "You catch on quick." He clarified he didn't want war. Perdian just needed the tower's help to grow stronger. If Hubert aided them through this crisis, Ghislain promised exclusive runestone supply. Hubert wavered. Exclusive runestone was too tempting. Ghislain continued, "If that happens, it's only a matter of time before the Scarlet Flame Tower surpasses the Crimson Tower and reclaims its top spot." Seeing Ghislain's confident hand extended for a bright future, Hubert's eyes narrowed, torn. Gritting his teeth, he clasped Ghislain's hand. The deal was sealed. After negotiating, Hubert found Alfal to discuss aiding Perdian. Alfal, defiant, protested, "Master, there are plenty of other mages." "Why me?" Hubert smiled. "I chose you because you're the greatest talent in the tower's history, for our future." Flattered, Alfal's cheeks flushed. Hubert continued, "This experience will prepare you to lead the tower. Monitor them closely. Ensure no runestone is smuggled. If a territorial war breaks out, withdraw immediately." Patting Alfal's shoulder reassuringly, he added, "Just endure 1 year, and we'll surpass the Crimson Tower." Alfal, listening quietly, replied, "Yes, master." Reluctantly, he joined Ghislain's group. Days later, Ghislain awaited Alfal outside the castle. Seeing him, he raised an eyebrow, smiling, "Welcome to Perdian." The tower mages scanned their surroundings, whispering. Alfal, inwardly scornful, thought, "Just a remote rat's nest. I'm only here because master ordered it." The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower, stuck in this filthy manner. Barely hiding his disdain, he said, "I'm the tower's heir, tasked with leading the mages." Ghislain reminded him calmly, "There's much to do in the territory. Don't slack, work hard." Infuriated by Ghislain's casual tone, Alfal seethed. "This ignorant hick thinks I'm his servant? Just wait. When I'm Tower Master, you're first." As he cursed inwardly, Ghislain called, startling him. Frowning, Ghislain asked, "Where's Vanessa?" Alfal glanced back casually. "Probably lugging our luggage." Vanessa staggered forward, trembling under the weight of 4 heavy suitcases. Reaching them, she panted, "My apologies." Bowing, she said, "I'm Vanessa. Greetings, my lord." Before she could rest, Alfal snapped, "Hurry up. I thought you'd never show." Frowning at Alfal's rudeness, Ghislain approached Vanessa, ordering, "Drop the luggage and come here." Confused, she said, "But I haven't finished carrying everyone's bags." Alfal, smug, remarked, "Let it be. She's used to this at the tower. She can't even use magic, so let her do menial tasks." As he spoke, a heavy suitcase slammed into his face, knocking him down before the stunned tower mages. Pushing it off, Alfal raged, "What the hell?" Ghislain said calmly, "Vanessa no longer belongs to the Scarlet Flame Tower. She's mine now. Don't mistreat her. I'll let this slide, but next time, it'll cost your life." Vanessa's eyes welled with emotion, while Alfal, livid, turned pale, then red, muttering, "This lunatic dares treat me like this?" As he spoke, the mages behind him readied weapons. Ghislain, unfazed, snapped his fingers. Instantly, soldiers surrounded the tower mages. Realizing they were encircled, Alfal gasped, "What's this? You barbarians point weapons at mages? We're mages. Treat us with respect." Losing patience with Alfal's tantrum, Ghislain ordered, "Shut up. Contract or not, I have full command over you for a year." Through a legal deal with your tower master, I secured exclusive runestone supply. If you break the contract, whose side will he take? Alfal stammered. Well, Ghislain pressed. Your role in Perdian is as mana reserves. Want better treatment? Earn it. Feeling insulted, Alfal snapped. How dare you call me a reserve? Tired of arguing, Ghislain turned to leave, saying casually, Gillian, Chow, teach them their place. Their eyes sharpened. Chow and Gillian said, Life at the tower must have been cushy, huh? Let's make sure they adjust to our ways. Despite trembling before the burly soldiers, Alfal barked, You crude bastards. Vanessa stood quietly. Ghislain approached her, saying softly, You're my personal mage. Her eyes sparkled with doubt. Then she shyly lowered her head. Thinking she wouldn't respond, Ghislain was surprised when she hesitated. As Alfal said, I can't even use magic. A personal mage, smiling gently, he offered, Follow me. Extending his hand with a hopeful smile, he said, I'll help you wield magic. Moments later, in the training yard within the castle, Ghislain brought Vanessa to the area. Though she followed, Vanessa had no idea what he was planning. As she stood there, bewildered, Ghislain called her name. Startled, she replied timidly, Yes, young master. He frowned, asking, How far have you progressed in magic? Vanessa answered softly, I've studied up to the 5th ring, sir. Only in theory, though. Seemingly pleased, Ghislain smirked. 5th ring? Not bad. Confused by his satisfaction, Vanessa's eyes widened, but her deep insecurity made her lower her head, saying, But it's useless. I can't use magic. Ghislain, unruffled, asked, Any reason why? Vanessa replied slowly, Since I was young, I couldn't sense mana. Still, she believed she'd wield magic someday, so she kept trying. But the more she studied, the more she realized she might never succeed. Clutching her magical staff like a precious treasure, she said mournfully, And now my teacher who taught me has passed away. Sighing heavily, she added, Is that why I was cast out? Ghislain narrowed his eyes, calculating. In terms of raw potential, Vanessa's 5th ring knowledge rivaled the Elder's magical expertise. Magic wasn't just memorization. It required comprehension, understanding activation principles, and infusing one's will and interpretation. Vanessa grasped it all mentally, but her body couldn't keep up. She must have endured countless efforts, experiments, failures, even draining her life force. Feeling pity, Ghislain thought, Your efforts weren't in vain, Vanessa. You just took a different path. The mage who'd burn northern Latania in the future was her. In his past life, Claude told him Vanessa became a 7-ringed archmage, training mana like a warrior despite being a mage. No wonder he thought she was mad. Smirking with calculation, Ghislain said slowly, From now on, I'll teach you mana cultivation techniques. Still unclear on his intent, Vanessa stared blankly, asking, I'm a mage. Why learn mana cultivation? Ghislain chuckled. Because both magic circles and mana cultivation rely on mana. She'd never tried it. Her confusion grew, but she shook her head vigorously. No, it's impossible. Madness. Using cultivation for magic? One mistake could cripple me for life. Ghislain looked at her firmly, extending his hand. Vanessa, try it. His eyes burned with conviction and ambition. Seeing this, Vanessa hesitated, glancing at her palm, overwhelmed. Could she really wield magic? Clenching her fist, she decided to trust Ghislain to guide her. Sitting down, she began loosening her clothes, unbuttoning the back to reveal her pale back. Ghislain narrowed his eyes. In her past life, she carried the same look he once did: regret, resentment, rage, endlessly craving magic, only to fall into an abyss. Practicing an unknown mana technique turned her into a calamity, acting on instinct, burning everything. Looking at her lonely back, Ghislain vowed not to let her fall again. He'd pull her back. Decisively, he channeled a massive surge of mana into her body. The mana raced through her cells, nerves, and veins, causing Vanessa to grit her teeth in pain. Closing her eyes to sense it, the burning sensation made her moan softly. Ghislain's sharp warning snapped her back. Keep your mouth shut, or the mana will destabilize. He added urgently, This is my mana flowing into you. Don't lose that feeling. You must sense its flow. Obeying, Vanessa shut her eyes, focusing on the mana spreading through her. It coursed through every corner, converging at her core. In an instant, a vast mana wave enveloped her. Memories flooded back. She overheard her teacher, Ronaldo, pleading with Hubert to protect her. Hubert scoffed. Sure, I get it. But you know, it's obvious, Ronaldo. His dismissive words scarred her, fueling her insecurity. She saw herself again, haunted by guilt over Ronaldo's departure. If I had more talent, maybe you wouldn't have left the tower, she'd said. Ronaldo, gently patting her head, reassured her. I'm not leaving for that. I'm searching for a way to help you use magic. Fondly, he added, look up at the sky. He told her no place stays in darkness forever, promising light would find her. True to his words, that light was Ghislaine, pulling her from the shadows. In a trance, she saw his hopeful hand. Without hesitation, she grabbed it. From now on, she'd live in light, not a dark hell. After absorbing the mana, she fainted. Elsewhere, near the sea, a burly man fought a group of soldiers. He laughed scornfully. Weaklings, come at me. Think that scrap metal can stop me. Infuriated by his arrogance, a soldier charged, shouting, ridiculous. But the man, far faster, blocked the sword effortlessly. Within moments, he dominated, knocking the soldier down decisively. Another soldier lunged with murderous intent, but the man, as if with eyes in the back of his head, grinned, striking before the sword fell. Both crashed out of the wooden house. Brushing dust off his hands, he sneered. I haven't even warmed up, and you're all done? The surrounding soldiers whispered, truly a general of our era. These pests dared disrupt our banquet. Someone overheard, slamming a glass on the table. As night fell, outside the wooden house, the man lounged. A visitor approached, asking, training going well? The man asked gruffly, got something to say? The visitor said seriously, it's an order from Earl Desmond to march. Victor, the sea conqueror, Desmond's strongest trump card. Falling silent, Victor sat up after a long pause, grabbing his helmet and putting it on, hiding his face. He said slowly, let's go. I'm bored out of my mind anyway.